Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Greetings and salutations. Ladies and gents, friends and comrades, brothers and sisters, whatever it is. Hi, I'm Alan. Thank you for being here. Say hi to Bill, who is right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share Cold One with the boys.
Mary Santora is out. She is doing dates in Texas. I think she was she in San Antonio last night?
San Antonio last night, Houston tonight, and then Dallas tomorrow.
How long is that drive?
4 hours.
From city to city, yeah.
No, I mean from like Cleveland to San Antonio.
Probably 19 hours? I mean, she flew.
20 hours, yeah.
She didn't drive to San Antonio.
I don't know why I keep thinking that she drove.
Flew, and then they're driving city to city.
Listen.
Sorry, yeah, I don't listen to the show. Because I was like, oh my God, this is a long road trip.
You know, the whole Poundcake's back behind the glass, by the way.
Yeah, hi.
You know, the whole Poundcake doesn't listen to the show was funny at first. But the fact that it keeps getting unequivocally proven repeatedly, it makes it less funny. I have less of a good time with that now. Because now he goes, yeah, I don't. He's leaning into it.
No, I really forgot. Like, I forgot that we talked about it on the show. But for some reason, I was thinking brand new car. But then she had that thing hanging from her car, and it wasn't such great shape. So,
no, I think she flew into San Antonio.
Yeah, she flew into San Antonio, and it's. I mean, we were talking this week about how she has the clear pre-check, so she can just walk through, because she flies a lot, and. You know, but it doesn't register with him.
It was a detailed conversation about what her travel plans would be, and then when she got down there.
Talking about how it's just her and Dan in the rental car, like it's, you know.
And frankly, it might not even be a matter of him not hearing. It might be that his retention is so poor.
Well,
he does have a lot of things going on. He's got, he's got... he's got oh God. Well, and he's also got
okay.
Well, anyway, he's got a lot of things going on,
yeah,
and it's keeping track of them. I hope that you have a good task app on your phone, and but again, I'll revert to my original point. It is less fun when you lean into it like that. It's whatever. But it's fine, right? It's fine. He's not back. He's not my stenographer. He's not back there keeping the minutes.
And he does have to answer the phones every once in a while.
That's right.
So maybe that was a heavy phone segment, and he didn't hear it then.
It might have been. What do I know? Yeah. Might have been. We might have stumbled onto something that
was it. Probably not. Probably not.
I don't know.
But then, yeah, you have the retention of it. You also have the wandering mind that he has. So even if he is listening, he's creating his own scenario when he listens to things because he's always in fantasy land.
He's thinking
living
about
in the future,
something else,
and in creating scenarios that don't exist, which is pretty common for you, correct?
Is that some type of like schizophrenia? Is that some type of disorder?
No.
Okay.
It's a no. I think that it's it. I'll tell you what. In his defense, that's the hallmark of a creative mind. It's harnessing that, though, however, to be in the moment here in this program. It's not like if he was just at his house and staring out the window and daydreaming, that can create very fertile creative ground. But when you're in the middle of something here, contrary to public opinion, is also allegedly a creative fertile ground. To be in the moment is kind of what you want to aspire to. But he's always kind of thinking about something else.
Yeah, thinking about how he's going to lose his virginity in Mexico, coming up with names like Ramel.
Listen, I want you to focus your energies on losing your virginity to a straight girl in Mexico.
She doesn't have to be straight. She could be a lesbian.
I think
gotta have a vagina.
I feel like that defeats the purpose, though.
I mean,
doesn't it, or does it not matter?
I don't think it matters.
I guess that wasn't even. I didn't even think.
In a v.
I didn't even think of that as a variable. That a lesbian. Okay.
Yeah, that's a loophole.
I was thinking it was going to be you appealing to some sorority girl.
Well, that's the fantasy.
On fall break or Thanksgiving vacation or whatever the hell
But if I meet someone within the family and I'm like, I have this thing, kind of want to really enjoy my vacation. You think you can help me out? She's like, of course. Of course.
But I feel like that's kind of cheating though, a little bit, because there's less work to do. Because then you're both going to be in it for the bit. Whereas a straight girl,
got to work for it.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe I don't. Maybe she's in Mexico and she's like,
you have to do more convincing, I think.
I don't think he needs to convince. I mean, all that stuff aside, I think his main goal is just to get it in. So he doesn't. He doesn't care.
Okay.
How he, he's not a man of. His original plan was to go to the bunny ranch. Mm-hmm. So like he doesn't care what hole.
Yeah, I wanted to make it like a.
You want path of least resistance.
Well, I was gonna say for my 30th birthday, like one way to remember it, like this is a milestone birthday. Like 30th birthday is a milestone birthday. 29 ain't
is it?
Really.
Is 30 a mile? I'm
to a lot of people. Yeah.
I'm unclear as to when 30 became a milestone birthday.
Because it's the death of your 20s, and you feel like you're losing a lot of youth, like your teenage years.
But you're still young when you're 30.
Yeah, there's some people that they're in their head about it.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Like I don't get it. I'm 50. The movie is easily half over for me. When you're 30. You still got plenty. I mean, all things being equal, you've got a lot of time. I know that that's like a thing. Like, I'm so old. You're not. You're just not 20 anymore. And for a lot of people, the 20s suck. I had the best time in my 30s. My 30s were the best. Now, granted, I was doing a lot of things I shouldn't have been doing, but that's why I had such a great time.
Yep. If you're having too much fun, it's probably wrong.
Well, there's ways to do it, and there's ways to not do it. But you'll be 30 next year. Next October? Next September. Mm-hmm. Next September, you'll be 30.
Yeah, this one is...
And how will you celebrate? So, do you know how you'll celebrate?
No, I don't.
Will you have a gun that shoots money?
Hopefully. Yeah. But the thing is...
Erica might still have hers.
She might, but like my group of friends, my group of gays, all of our birthdays are around the same time. So I just run with a clan full of Virgos. So we just do like a group trip. And, we celebrate it that way.
I hope that's clan with a C.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but everyone else is all booed up. They all have relationships. Like, I'm the single one, so I'm the whore of the group, and everyone kind of lives through me. So they want me to go hook up so then I could tell them about it.
Yeah, okay. Well, then I guess that's something to look forward to. So a milestone birthday next year is 30.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had that kind of a relationship with someone where you're like, I need to live vicariously through your hookups?
I haven't, but I'm a different breed of cat.
Yeah,
but I'm sure. I think the people he might commingle with, he knows his friends. We don't.
We just dish. We exchange pictures and stories, and it's fun.
Now, are they living vicariously through you, or do they like to hear the train wreck of your life?
No, because a lot of the time it's not a train wreck. Sometimes I'm reeling them in, but there are certain occasions when I am the only single one where it's my time to shine. Like, and I know this. I'm going to do what I want to do anyways. They're just there to support me and make sure I don't get murdered.
All right.
But they want the story.
Oh, my God! Woo! Listen to that horn! Oh, my God! Oh, she's beautiful!
I will say, it's nice to have friends that are around to make sure you don't get murdered.
Yes.
That's nice.
I almost...
Do you think as you get older, they're going to be less inclined to keep you from getting murdered? They'll be like, all right, enough of this. If he's getting this time, I'm not going to stop the murder.
I'm just saying, I hooked up with, like, what we thought was a vampire in Charleston. Turns out he wasn't a vampire. He just likes his furniture in the center of the room.
You're right, and he just never goes outside.
And all his furniture was red. Mm-hmm. And his house was really, really dark.
It turns out he wasn't a fictional character. It turned out he was a real person who just had some quirky thoughts on interior design.
Yeah, I made my friend sleep like in the futon across from the bed because I was like, if he tries to pull something, dial the 9 and the 1, and then just pull the last number.
Okay. Well, good. You've got somebody to make sure you don't get murdered.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A manservant, perhaps. All right. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text to us, 35192. To do that, I will have more air show tickets for you for Labor Day weekend down at Burke Lakefront. I will have Tribe tickets for you for next week. We'll do the Bill Squire Friday Get Down later on. Another chance for you to get yourself to Vegas, a keyword to put you at our iHeartRadio Music Festival next month.
It's the Alan Cox.
on 100.7
WMMS.
Well, only 3 of us today. Sausage Party Show. Mary's doing some gigs in Texas. And she'll be back on Monday. Indians are back tonight as well. They're going to start up the weekend against the Angels of Anaheim. Shohei Ohtani and the Angels. 7:10 tonight is your start at Progressive Field, right downtown. You know where Progressive Field is. It's at the corner of Carnegie and Ontario.
Yep.
Is that correct?
You nailed it.
Oh, boy. They say Carnegie here, don't they? Carnegie.
Let me think. I mean, when
I moved to Pittsburgh, they say Carnegie, and I had to.
Yeah, I'm Carnegie.
I was defaulted to Carnegie, but
Carnegie.
So anyway, the Angels are in town tonight. They will start up at 7:10. So we'll get out of here around 6:30 this afternoon, and then 6:40 is when your pregame coverage will begin. If you want to get every little nook and cranny of the final season of Cleveland Indians baseball. I don't hear a lot of people calling it that, but I think that puts a little bit of icing on the cake there. Of course, they've announced the beginning of the preseason games for the inaugural Cleveland Guardians season, but it's the end of an era. It's the final. Do people know about this? People know they changed the name of the team?
No.
Has word gotten out on that?
It's a closely kept secret.
Oh, okay. Am I breaking news on that? That they changed the name of the team to the
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
Cleveland Indians have changed their name to the Guardians.
Wow, that's wild. Does Tom Hanks know?
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
That's why people come here first, to find things out, and then to be left alone with their own thoughts to process that information. So, Indians tonight, 7:10, here on MMS. If you're in town, not near radio, you can listen to it on the iHeart Radio app. I saw, though, that they're not going to be making Topps baseball cards anymore. Talk about the end of an era.
I thought we were in this whole new era of baseball cards being popular again. And
they are.
Yeah. It's crazy that Topps would go away, though.
Well, MLB is just ending their deal with Topps. They're going to switch to Fanatics, which mostly makes jerseys and stuff, I think.
I think they just sell jerseys.
Do they?
I mean, like, when I think of Fanatics, like, you can buy jerseys there, but it's usually made by, like, Nike or, whoever the outfitter is for that league.
So it's just like a web middleman or something.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball has been getting... We all grew up with Topps baseball cards. And they're going to end their 70-year deal with Topps just after Topps announced that they plan to go public. So this is going to be great news for them.
Whoops.
That Major League Baseball will end their deal with Topps baseball cards. Their current deal is a couple years old. It ends in 2025. So this isn't happening tomorrow, but... it will end in 2025. Baseball cards no longer will be made with Topps, but they are still planning on going public. They were a public company for a while, and then they became private again, and then they,
really banking on cricket taking off in America.
Yeah. So who knows? So Topps still has deals with Major League Soccer, which globally is a much bigger deal, and the National Hockey League. Do you think that even among soccer fans, I mean, again, I don't know because I'm not 8 anymore, and I was never my middle brother was the big baseball card guy. I was a dork, so I was buying Empire Strikes Back cards. Those are all Topps too. I was buying movie cards. I was buying Superman the movie, and I was buying E.T. cards. So my whole trading card collection was movies. It was Back to the Future and all those, when you're sitting there just exhaustively going over your collection, the numbers and which one you have, and I'm talking to my friends. So it was like baseball cards for us. It just wasn't players. It was scenes from the movie, and they were numbered. Yeah. And you would be looking for, and each movie would have multiple series because they wanted you to keep buying cards.
I had the Batman, the 1989 Batman.
The Keaton Batman. Yeah, I had those too.
Those were great.
Yeah. So I don't know if I don't know if movie cards are even a thing anymore. But I also wonder if you're a huge soccer fan, if you're a kid, are you buying soccer cards? Are you buying hockey cards?
I bought basketball and football cards, so I was into those. And I like baseball cards too, but I was mostly a basketball card collector.
Okay.
because that was always my favorite sport. But then I also had some football cards, some baseball cards, but usually it was basketball that was going for it, because also that was like the height of Michael Jordan. So,
well, also
you were always looking, if you got a Michael Jordan card, you're like, this is going to be worth so much money.
Well, and that's the
someday.
only time I ever see baseball cards show up anymore is when there's a really old one, like a Hannes Wagner card for the Pirates, and just sold for some huge amount of money. Mickey Mantle card from the 50s sold for like $6 million, earlier this year. Things like that. Also, it's probably got to do with the fact that people are still they're trying to get in on that NFT hooey.
Right. Yeah.
Look what I just paid $2 million for, and people are like, I can right click on that and have it for free.
Yep, I just screenshotted that, and look, I got it too. I'm an art thief.
Yeah, it's in my collection.
I planned this whole heist, and
that's right.
To press two buttons at
First
the same
name
time.
Thomas, last name Crown. So, they've got Fanatics itself is a huge, huge company. So, but if you grew up with Topps baseball cards, which we all did, really, they were heavy.
I have a Sean Bradley rookie card that's signed by Sean Bradley, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be worth so much money someday. Not even $1.
Well, and that's the thing, too, is that people think that their collections are, when I was a kid and I was amassing my comic book collection, you have these thoughts in your head of, I'm going to put my kid through college with this collection someday, because you don't know what you assume that technology is not going to change. You have no reason to think that technology will change and make enough to make those things obsolete or irrelevant or whatever. And that's invariably what happens. But when I went home for the first time in a while, I put a note in my phone, grab your comic collection and bring it with you. It's been in my parents' house my whole life. I'm like, just bring it with you. For the longest time, I'm moving city to city, apartment to apartment, multiple times in the same city. In fact, I'm not bringing a comic book collection with me. But I thought, I should get it. I completely forgot to do it.
You
completely
idiot.
forgot to grab it. But in the meantime...
Go back this weekend. Go tomorrow. What are you doing tomorrow?
I got a 5-year-old's birthday party tomorrow. But in the interim, I'm like, but I wonder if I still have all those movie cards in a box somewhere, too.
Maybe.
If my movie card collection... Because I treated those like gold.
Those probably have some value, too, because I don't think those got taken care of as well. So they're probably quite rare. And it's, it's one of those things where there's probably some people that are still looking for them and trying to complete collections. So you might have a little gem in there if you still got them.
Because my comics are all backed and bagged and boxed.
Properly taken care of.
Yes. So, but the cards, they would probably be more willy-nilly.
Did you know people that used to look at like comic book porn?
You mean like manga?
I don't know what it's called, but like it's
like Japanese tentacle porn and stuff and comic hentai,
yeah. Is that like, I know that's a fetish for some people, but do you guys, is it like more common than what I think it is?
That wasn't my thing. I don't ever. No, we were reading Spider-Man and the Avengers, and I mean we weren't reading hentai cartoons.
That's not anything that I've ever seen in real life,
like printed form.
Right.
Maybe,
it's only something that I've seen online, and it's usually like you go. And you go,
But I'm saying it's a lot of.
It's not,
but like when it's digital like that is a lot. Someone created that. That is a lot of work for not a lot of payoff.
That's what takes me out of it. Is like I'm like, who drew this wiener?
Or like the details on like the pubes on like the vagina and stuff. Like it's weird. Like someone literally designed that, put it up online, and they were like, I know a lot of people are gonna like this, and you put it up there for free. I mean, I don't know if they have like hentai, the OnlyFans like subscription service.
I'm sure some nerd who's into it will call us and tell us or text me. But, my ex-wife lived in Japan for many years, and they have such a strange culture over there with respect to sex. You think we're pent up over here. Over there, boy. But she's like, there would be guys on the subway full-on reading, like, schoolgirl rape comics and things like that. So, you get panties and vending machines. And so they have this weird...
Panties and vending machines?
They have a very strange... combination of like being pent up but also being very conservative, and which is usually how you get people that are pent up.
But then there's like a hypersexuality, like a hyper fetish community in Japan.
Well, but also Japanese porn, like you've got that, but Japanese porn, the crotches are all blurred out.
Yeah.
So it's like you don't see anything anyway. It's very strange. I don't even know how they explain that. But it is very odd. But I don't ever recall as a kid sitting there, reading my Eternals comics and somebody like, hey, check this out. There's a squid banging this chick.
Right.
I don't remember that.
And even though some of the girls were drawn very sexily, like it wasn't anything. It was more like you would have like a fantasy in your head about it, but it was not like this picture's what's doing it for me, if that makes sense. Like if she were a real woman, this would be cool, but if you're imagining like the cartoon version, it doesn't really translate.
I saw that we were in Meijer over the weekend, and I was going down one of the toy aisles, and they're bringing back Wacky Packs. I feel like they bring these back every few years, except the references are so old now.
What is a Wacky
Remember
Pack?
Wacky Packages? Remember Garbage Pail Kids?
Okay,
Like
yeah.
we had the Garbage Pail Kids stickers too. But there's a thing called Wacky Packages where it was all parodies of products, but they were joke, like Gulp Oil instead of Gulp, like really stupid puns. You know, Skimpy Peanut Butter instead of Skippy. It's like, oh, there's only 2 peanuts in here. But man, we thought they were hilarious.
I don't remember those being popular at all.
Wacky Packages?
Nope.
You might have been too young for them, but every few years they would try to bring them back in some form with like a slightly more updated products. Like Krusty Kreme donuts, where a guy's eating a, oh, it's filled with cement, But they're trying to bring them back again. Fright Castle hamburgers, they're scary.
Lulu Leper.
So, if anybody's got those old Wacky Packs or Garbage Pail Kids cards, those are probably, like OG Garbage Pail Kids. Because some people had those in binders. You know how, like, when my son was younger, he had binders of Pokemon cards, and which a lot of kids did.
Now, does Topps make any of those, like Magic the Gathering or Pokemon cards or anything like that?
I don't know about that.
Because then they'll be fine.
Yeah.
Because those sell probably way more than baseball cards. Because those, like, card games are still incredibly popular.
Yeah, I don't know if they manufacture those.
Remember Silly Bands?
They make UFC cards. They make a lot of... Topps still makes a lot of cards.
I'm sure they do. It's just, I think baseball's probably, as far as sports go, the most talked about ones.
Yeah, WWE cards.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. That'll keep you going.
Formula One. Who's buying Formula One trading? Again, these
Aren't
are
there like 6 teams in Formula One.
These are for international audiences too. But
do you remember Silly Bands? That was the toy, not even a toy, but like the fad that my kids had to, like, they got banned in school because Silly Bands. Was that what they were called? They were like rubber bands.
They were animal cutouts or something.
But they, like when you took them off, like you wear them on your wrist and then you take them off and they'd like be the shape of like a bunny, or like a cat or something like that.
I was in the generation of sex bracelets. That's what we had.
Sex bracelets.
Yeah, it was so stupid. Looking back on it, like ours got banned from school too.
What was a sex bracelet?
Because it was an internet meme that all the parents thought was real, like rainbow parties.
Oh, okay.
Girls wear different color lipstick, and then guys get, like it never happened.
No, it would, like a different color meant
for what you would do, and
not what I would do, like what you have done. Like right. Pink was like I've only made out. Like there was like a light. There was like a cream colored one. That means like you've done some mouth stuff, and then like the black one means you've had sex. So that they were called like sex bracelets. And girls would like come in with the entire sleeve. I'm like, they're all black.
But it's all made up too. Yeah. Like they weren't. These were girls that were just pretending that they were doing.
This was when I was in elementary school.
I know. That's why they were pretending.
It was so stupid. Looking back on it, I'm like, elementary school. Who buys bracelets like that? Like the parents had to have bought them because
but parents didn't know what they were. Parents just thought that they were just, she likes rubber bracelets.
God, that's like
in a variety of colors.
I don't remember anything, but I do remember those sex bracelets because they were like a fad for like a couple months, and then they went away forever.
When I was a kid, we had the friendship bracelet craze was in the snap bracelet. So first there's the friendship bracelet where it was like those. It almost looked like a rope that you'd use for climbing or something like that, but it's real thin, and it had like these knots on it, and that was how you tighten it on your wrist, and those were popular. But then the snap bracelets took off, and those were the things that got banned when we were kids or slap bracelets.
Yeah,
you slap them around your wrist, and then like they're like, well, they had to ban them in schools because they were cutting people's wrists and like.
They're
like,
covered in rubber, ma'am. Latex rubber.
No,
there's
man,
metal on the inside.
There's metal on the inside, but the rubber version came later.
Oh.
The first version of them were just covered in like a spandex sleeve, and so
I
you'd
see.
slap it around,
Straight metal inside.
and then it would like come around and hit a kid in the wrist. And I don't think anybody ever got really cut, but it would like leave an indent or something like that.
Sure. Hesitation marks.
Yeah.
A lot of kids just wearing slap braces getting hauled off to therapists for no reason at all. Yeah, well, all kinds of things. Who knows?
Slap bracelets.
Alan, not a single subject can come up on the show without Poundcake connecting it to pornography.
Not true.
Listen.
It's not true.
I would say, though, that makes him representative of the culture at large. When do things really start to take shape in the public consciousness? When you connect them to pornography. It's Rule 43, right? In the internet?
34.
Rule 34. What's Rule 43? Oh, right. Never drink orange juice after brushing your teeth. I always get those confused.
Well,
I won't anymore. Yeah. Oh, I won't anymore. Don't watch pornography after you've brushed your teeth and you're drinking a giant glass of orange juice. Do you feel that that's an unfair assessment, Poundcake?
He's on the phone now.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he always does. I think some people like to draw conclusions. I mean, does he do it regularly?
I'm sorry.
I said, did you think that's an unfair assessment?
Yes, I'm so sick of people. They always text in and say that, and it will be, I won't say anything sexual or relate anything to sex all week. And then the one time I say something, they're like, why is it always? That's literally what you're paying attention to, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, but you have amassed a body of work that is kind of pointed in that direction.
Sure, but who doesn't? I'm young and I like sex, but not everything I say
youngish
is in relation.
You're almost 30, so you're old.
Okay.
According to people who are 30 now.
I'm middle-aged and I like sex.
Middle-aged, right.
No, I get so sick of that. And it's always like the same dude. Like it's probably multiple people, but it's always the same people that complain, and they are listening periodically.
But they're also complaining because you're gay. They don't care when we talk about sex.
And I didn't ask about gay.
I get messages
porn.
from people all the time. I'll be like, why don't you ask Poundcake? Don't ask me. They're like, why is so much gay stuff? I'm like, because he's a gay man. That's why. Nobody cares when we're talking about sex. You might find it a little distasteful, but, nobody's whatever. But I'm like, most of those people that are complaining, it's because you're gay.
And I was talking about trying to lose my virginity.
I know, and that's on them, not on you.
And I was talking about hentai porn with the
tentacles, yeah,
with the pubes on the vagina. I didn't even mention gay stuff in the hentai porn. So shut up. I'm so sick of these miserable people.
Okay. Why are you getting so upset? It's okay.
Wow, I'm tight today.
It's all right. Al and I run a bakery, and I literally just took an order for somebody turning 30, and they want R.I.P. to my youth written on it.
Seriously.
R.I.P. to my youth. Do you imagine that? You imagine being so self-loathing that you go, well, life's over. In the 60s, they were like, don't trust any...
life's over. They're saying their youth is over.
Right.
But in a way, I understand that.
At 30?
At 30, you're not youthful anymore.
Yes, you are.
You're young.
What constitutes youth?
The youth of America are not 30-year-olds.
Well, okay, but you could say they're not 21 either. What's the youth? 15 years old?
Well, and that's the thing, too. Like, I don't think of my youth is, like, over at 18. So some people, like,
well, that's legally, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, that's when I thought of it, like, and to be even more, like, 22 when I got back from the Philippines, that was, like, and I started doing stuff on my own, that's when I was really, like, okay, I feel like an adult now. But, I mean, there's plenty of people that I think they don't even really care that they're turning 30. They just like to make a big deal that they're turning 30.
I'm just curious why that is.
Because they see other people do it.
Because it's
a societal thing. I remember an episode of Full House where Danny Tanner is like, I'm going to be 30. And he's married and has 3 kids and a dead wife. And
a dead wife.
Yeah, and he's worried about turning 30. I'm like, dude, you got bigger problems than turning 30.
But
you got a comedian living in your alcove.
But 30 is the last age where people refer to being old, which is strange to me. Because when you get older, you keep telling yourself that you're young. They go, well, 50's the new whatever. And the only people that say that turn 50.
Well, because
when you turn 40, you go, I'm still good. And then you turn 50 and you go, I'm all right. It's only when people turn 30 that they go, I'm old.
But it's because
it's weird.
There's no time in your life when you turn 20, you still have a birthday where you're gonna get you're gonna get a new a new responsibility. You can start drinking at 21. So when you get into your 20s, it feels like you're just starting still.
Yeah,
at
but
21,
people
you have a new ability that you can do. 25, you can rent a car.
Well,
30 is the first time where you're like, okay, I'm turning 30, but society doesn't care that I'm turning 30 anymore.
Yeah, but society didn't care that you turned 21 either, or that you
but-
could rent a car.
but-
and most people
but
were
they do.
drinking. Most people were drinking when they were 17.
Well, I understand that.
Yeah,
But
and it's just strange to me. It's weird. My
kinda get
30s
it.
were a great time. Had a great because you know dick in your 20s. You really guy girl doesn't matter. You don't know anything. So when you get 30, you got some money if you're lucky. You got a career going. I'm not even talking about the married and kids thing like that. You kind of start to feel like you maybe got a couple of things figured out, and then you realize you don't. But by that time, who cares? There's people in their mid 20s that are still in school.
People in their 30s still in school.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, I've got to... Alan, per POD, the youth of the nation is 35 and under. Listen, I always will go to POD for my takes on We Are. I got a break here. If you want to get a text, 35192, you can watch if you like at alancoxshow.com, live stream there, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on
866-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. Got the new episode of the Bill Squire Show there. Got the latest Poundcake podcast. And thank you to Lucy Goosey, who's helping out in the video department today. That's Ghoocy, I see.
Yeah.
Is that what the new Afghan refugee we've taken in the video department? Ghoocy? Is that...
Sure.
Am I misreading that?
No,
okay,
yeah,
good.
yeah.
I had just heard some rumblings in the building. But that might have just been the structure beginning to collapse.
It's them putting up walls over there.
Yeah, right. They're like cordoning off what used to be the front desk here.
Yeah.
Very strange.
And like it happened in the past hour, and that I walked out there to go to the bathroom, and I was like, that wall wasn't there. Like there wasn't even anybody out there putting things up, and then it's just there. So
yeah,
they're moving quick.
Yeah. And it's happening all around us, and obviously we're some of the only people here, so we're not privy to what exactly is going on. We just see it happening and go, that's weird. Mm-hmm. Okay, that wasn't there before. And that's, because we've really gotten it out of our heads. We're no longer pointing to October 1st as a move-in date to the new studios downtown. My mind is going to like the first of the year.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm kind of defaulting to that because then, But for a long time, we'd been talking about October 1st, but construction delays being what it is. But there are other things going on that have nothing to do, like those aren't construction projects that this company is doing. It's whoever's leasing the rest of the floor or whatever it is. There's all kinds of things. It's going to get weirder and weirder around here.
Be like a swimsuit model agency. Just as we get out of here.
Before we finally get out of here, whenever that is. Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, man, what's up?
How are you?
I don't think about that stuff. I just wake up and go.
Fair enough.
Hey, long-time listener. I usually text in, but this is the second time I've texted something a bit negative and been unsubscribed, so I decided I'd call.
Why did you unsubscribe?
I didn't. It unsubscribed me. It's the second time. I'll be happy to send you a screenshot of it tonight from my PC.
Yeah, I hear this from people. They go, why did you block me? I go, I don't block people. I don't care. People can say whatever they want. Or unsubscribed or something. No, there's no, I mean.
And then it'll just, a month or so from now, it'll just automatically come back and I'll be able to text again.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But, back to you guys were talking about the sexual talk that goes off in tangents. Poundcake is absolutely guilty of it. I'm not going to bust his balls because, like he said, he's a young guy. But, yeah, it gets way too much.
Way too much for who?
Yeah, what constitutes too much, Chris? I mean...
I don't know. That's not what I call this show or what I listen to this show for. If I want to listen to that crap, I'll listen in the mornings.
Well, then tell me, what do you listen to this show for?
Because you're an intelligent person and you make things funny in a different way.
Oh. Well, it's something for everybody, right? Something for everybody.
And you got a good cast with you. I'm just saying he goes a little overboard.
But what is overboard? You give me an example.
Sometimes too, Alan.
What's that?
With your, you get creepy a bit too, man. Every time you're talking about one of these weather women or an actress, oh, she's a cutie.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Okay.
Fortunately, it's my show. I can do whatever I want.
Studio. I get an image of you in a dark studio, hunched down with slopping noises going on.
Yeah. See, now I learned something about you, Chris. That's where your brain goes, but you're the same one saying that Poundcake talks about it too much, but you project onto me that I'm in some dark room hunched over. So that tells me more about you than it does about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, maybe it's time to do some
I have
inner...
that kind of sense of humor.
Yeah, I think maybe do some inner search, kind of figure out where this proclivity to take these sexual thoughts and then turn them into something devious.
Oh, deviance. Okay, hey, thanks, Chris. I appreciate the call.
Hey, keep up the horrible work, man.
Thank you. I will. I appreciate it. Well, there you go, Poundcake.
Okay. That solved nothing.
Well, we're not looking to solve things, just looking to hear somebody out.
I wanted an example. Like, I mean, not that he owes me anything, but
He owes you everything.
When you say things like that, it's human nature to want to defend myself. If you're going to critique me, let me know. You telling me that...
But you don't need to defend yourself.
Okay. But he's been in his boxing class, and now he's got counters that he's been working on. He wants to throw some punches.
He wants to get some jabs in. Right. Well, around here, we deal in verbal jabs. So unless you're going to...
That's not his forte.
I was going to say, unless you're going to class for that, don't worry about it.
He's got 2 moves, bitch, and he's got 1 move.
I could feed you with some word salad. What, bitch?
Yeah, you could do that.
Hey, you a bitch.
Yeah. One of our sales girls was walking around earlier, and she was taking a photo while I was in my office. And I was like, what's going on? She goes, oh, it's National Radio Day. And I go, National Radio Day? Who even knew that was a thing anymore?
I didn't.
Wow. Congratulations, National Radio Day.
Every now and then, I turn it on again. Was plain to see that the radio still sucks.
Well, anyway, yeah, there it is, National Radio Day. Wow, congratulations.
We did it.
We did it!
We're on the radio.
Hey-oh!
What a way to celebrate National Radio Day, by being on the radio.
Yeah.
I actually
Think of all those other people who celebrate it and don't have an outlet on the radio.
So Spotify, we talk about the different magazines or, the insider stuff that we get. And there's an article about Spotify and how they're trying to move away from downloads into streaming for the exclusive podcasts that they have, meaning they're like streaming them on a loop because they get more information that way. But basically, what they're trying to do is become radio.
Yeah, that's what's funny is a lot of these streaming services are like, what we're going to do is we're going to start putting people in. We're going to have...
time slots.
Yeah, we're going to have people who are guiding people through their experience with the music. Oh, you mean DJs? No, these are going to be curated. You mean DJs? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and that's why I complain about these streaming services now that don't let you binge shows. You like it. I'm not that much of a fan where you got to wait another week because they're turning that into television, which is why we subscribe to these things in the first place, so we can watch them when we want to.
But I like it coming out. I like that I can watch it when I want on the day it comes out. Like Ted Lasso, that's my Friday morning show. I wake up in the morning, I go, ooh, Ted Lasso. I'm going to start my day on a nice note because that's an uplifting, funny show. So I like having that. But and also if I binge it, then it's like, it's done, it's gone, and I don't have anything to look forward to.
No, you got another show to look forward to.
Well, then I got to find a show.
But there's plenty of them.
There's not, Alan. They're all garbage. I hate them all. People suggest stuff and I try it. I'm like, I just keep watching the same shows. Or I have like the shows that I like. And I'm also not trying to watch TV all the time.
Listen, it's absolutely a first world problem. But it's, again, it's just funny. Your point about the streamers, they're like, yeah, you're trying to turn it into radio. That's what you're trying to
talk
do.
Radio, yeah.
Yes, right. And the same thing with the streamers. We just finished a show called The White Lotus. Is anybody watching that?
I heard that was really good.
HBO Max.
I heard the ending wasn't great, but I heard
Well, it's interesting what passes for comedy because some quote unquote comedies are so goddamn dry. And I don't mind dry comedy, but just because you get a couple of quirky characters doesn't necessarily make something a comedy. Mm-hmm. It was good. It was only 6 episodes long. We finished Dave over on Hulu. That ended.
That's the one that I'm going to get into next because I've had so many people tell me it's
Dave's
such a good
fantastic.
Show, so
yeah,
that'll be the one I do next. But I'm also kind of waiting till the weather gets colder because I just don't. Is that a thing in the summer? Like I don't feel like watching TV unless it's like a
no, absolutely.
Event.
You want to go outside and do something.
I want to go outside.
Yeah.
I want to take my dog out. I want to be out doing things. I haven't had.
But pretty soon the sun goes down at 4 in the afternoon when we're still on the air.
And that's when I'll watch Dave.
Right. Yeah, so we're trying to figure out the next show to watch. Because the shows that we really like aren't back yet. Like What We Do in the Shadows isn't back yet.
That's coming soon though, right?
Yeah, next couple of weeks, I think.
How about Star Trek The Next Generation? There's a lot of episodes.
No.
And I think Glenn will love it.
I found myself watching a lot of cartoons.
Oh, me too.
There's Star Trek Below Decks, which is funny.
Is that a good
Or the
show?
Lower Decks. Yeah, I think it's funny. We watch Duncanville, which is funny. Oh God, what's the Nick Offerman one that the Bob's Burgers people did? The Great North or something.
North, yeah.
Great North is good. There's just a lot of funny cartoons. And the writing's great. You don't have to worry about acting or anything. It's just all about the writing, which is funny.
I like, well, I don't like it, but I got sucked into it. Schmigadoon.
Nope, don't like
Apple
it.
TV.
It's a musical.
It's a musical.
I watched the first episode. I was like, nope, this is not for me.
It's not for you. And I just watched the first 3 episodes because they had all been out. And I was like, and just kind of had them on. And I was like, well, now I got to see how the stupid show ends. And I'm not particularly enjoying it, but I did think it was funny because Alan Cummings, is it Cummings, I believe? Alan Cummings.
Yeah.
He plays the mayor of the town.
Yeah.
And he's kind of got this like pompadour hair and this weird little mustache. And our program director, Jason, went to a wedding last weekend and looked just like him.
Yeah, because he's got like a...
He's got a little stash going.
Right, yeah.
A little, what's it called with like the stash?
It's a Van Dyke.
Van Dyke, yes. Yeah. And I thought that was very fun. I'm like, oh, he looks like the gay mayor from Schmigadoon.
No, I like everybody in it. I like Cecily Strong. I like Keegan-Michael Key. I'm just like, oh, this is not... I will not watch a show that's all musical. Not going to... Anytime I see Kristen Chenoweth pop up in something, I go, nope, it's because it's going to be all singing. That's the only time they tap her in.
Except for one time, she was in the movie with Danny DeVito. It was like a Christmas movie, and she played Danny DeVito's wife, I believe. And she's very hot in that movie. This was like 20 years ago.
Oh, Jingle All the Way or something like that?
It's something...
Deck the Halls?
Deck the Halls.
With Matthew Broderick.
Yes. I really enjoyed that movie.
Huh.
For whatever dumb reason.
People were flipping out because Danny DeVito temporarily he lost his blue check on Twitter.
Oh, really?
And I guarantee he was the last person that cared about it.
Yeah.
But he had tweeted something in solidarity with some people striking over at Nabisco, which you couldn't write a weirder headline, but yeah, apparently Danny DeVito.
And that's where Twitter draws the line on having a blue check mark?
Yeah, unionizing the snack cake workers. Yeah. So, yeah, there are, I'm watching What If over on Disney because I loved that comic book.
I haven't got that going yet either.
That's every week, too.
I know. I need to watch. There's, 2 out right now?
Yeah. This is the last one with Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah.
Last Chadwick Boseman
where
performance.
He's Star-Lord?
Yes. A little bit of behind the scenes here because Dan texted me and said, the explanation on people getting the unsubscribed message is... if you use the words stop or quit or end in your text sometimes, the system sends an auto text saying, right? Because when if you get spam text, you'll say reply stop to end. So that's a great explanation because I don't know how this platform works. I only see what comes in and I'll respond to people, but I don't know how it works. I don't block people. I don't care. I don't do any of that stuff.
That's hilarious.
But what that means is
themselves.
If people go, tell Poundcake to stop talking about blah, 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 that word stop goes back, and people will get a text saying unsubscribed. But to my understanding, you can still text, because people will text me all the time and go, why am I unsubscribed? I go, I don't know what you're talking about, but I can see your text, so...
That's really funny.
So
That's really funny.
So find synonyms other than stop, quit, or end. Use cease and desist, something along those lines.
Tell Poundcake to halt.
Alto! Yeah. Rick is number 116 on our blacklist. 2 times in 2 days, Rick. To what do we owe this unmitigated pleasure?
Well, I call in if I have something worthwhile saying, if I think it's worthwhile saying.
All right.
Hey, I want to ask you, I heard you mention about the moving from there where you at to downtown. Well, I figured it wouldn't be on October the 1st. Because that's a lot of work to do, the wiring and the radio connections and all that.
Well, they're not even doing any of that. They have a lot less of that kind of work to do because the technology has progressed to the point where a lot of these things are in the cloud. So they're literally not running cords and things. So it had more to do with things being delayed in construction materials and the same kind of delays that all these other areas of shipping and things. Just.
Oh,
more I think maybe our studios were in the Suez Canal for a while, and they just released them. I don't know.
Oh, so you're not gonna have individual offices? Did I hear you right? You're gonna be in just one big room?
I think we're gonna share a studio with the Mark Nolan show. I mean, we're gonna have fewer studios. No one. My understanding is that no one's gonna have an office, including yours truly. So, yeah, it's going to be like a Starbucks. People are just going to walk in, get on their laptop, and leave.
A Starbucks or a Walmart.
Sure, that too. We're going to have a Subway in the corner. It'll be,
Yeah.
it'll be fine.
And Dennis, you can go get your teeth fixed over there in the left-hand corner.
Yeah. Do they have a dentist at Walmart? You certainly wouldn't know it from the people walking around there. Do they?
They got dentists and eye doctors and all that stuff.
Boy, that is an empty office over at the Walmart dentist office. They have a dentist in Walmart. Is that true?
Yeah, Great Value Dentist.
Wow, I've never... No, I'm serious.
They do have a dentist in there?
I believe there are some that have dentists because it's
They
also
have,
like
they have salons.
It's like their whole city is the Walmart, so they put banks and
what?
Yeah, they got all sorts of
I know
stuff in
bank in the one I go to.
Yeah.
All right.
So what they
Great Value Dentist, huh?
What they gonna do with the building that you're leaving? What they gonna do with that?
Well, we only take up one floor. There are plenty of other companies in this building that will remain here, and they'll just put somebody else on this floor.
Oh, I thought they was taking all the radio stations out of there.
Well, yeah, but we're all on the same floor, though. So.
Okay.
And there are only about 2 of the 9 that have living, breathing people in them. So they can just put the rest of them in a closet and figure it out. Yeah. So,
Bill.
Yes.
who do we have for the Browns? What is
who don't we have?
The star, and who do we have?
We got Baker Mayfield, Nick Chubb, Odell Beckham Jr.,
Jadeveon
Clowney, Myles Garrett. I mean, we are stacked on both sides of the ball. This is going to be a great season.
Nick Chubb!
Okay.
Hasta la vista, baby!
Hasta la vista, baby!
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Oh, excuse me, yeah.
The rookie that we drafted, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He's looking good. Like, we got a lot of people that are, we got Denzel Ward. It's going to be a good team.
We have the bell pretty well stacked, huh?
Yeah, we're real set.
So when's our first preseason game, and when the regular season starts?
First preseason game was actually last week against Jacksonville Jaguars. We're playing again Sunday against the Giants, and then the regular season starts September 12th against the Kansas City Chiefs. And that's an away game. So we got a tough matchup that first week. Mm-hmm. But, I think we'll step up, and I think we might actually steal that one.
Okay, well, it sounds good from hearing the way you're saying. Okay, because I have to ask sometimes,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hey, is the GOAT going to be in there this year? What's the name of that GOAT?
Yeah, Terry the Goat out there in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I haven't heard yet, but we'll fingers crossed.
Hey, and tell Miss Erica I say hello. I don't know how to speak to her. I have not forgotten her.
All right, will do, Rick.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, pal. All right, here's
Rick.
checking in with everybody, boy.
Rick.
Number 116 on the Alan Cox Show blacklist.
R-I-C-K, Rick.
Yep, could you spell it again, please?
R-I-C-K, Rick.
You know what? One more time for me.
Rick.
So there's a dentist inside the Walmart. Is that what that's where all that drilling is coming from? It's right next to the slushy machine.
I'm not 100% sure that there's a dentist, but I feel like there are dentists and doctors' offices and stuff like that in some Walmarts.
I've only ever seen a salon. You can get a pedicure.
Well, we went to an optometrist.
Really?
In a Walmart when I was a kid. Yeah.
Okay.
That was a long time ago.
All right. Listen, I've got to take a break. I will have passes for you for the Dead Daisies super group back on the road. Our friend Don Jameson is on that show as well. So it's going to happen the 14th of next month at the Agora. So I got one more pair of tickets if you want to grab those after the break. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart
the Like No Other Tour. Our friend Don Jameson is opening that show. September 14th, it's a Tuesday night at the Cleveland Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com for what other info you need. Last pair of tickets this week, 2 for the Dead Daisies. Come and get them. Caller 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He might have been just a voice man.
He's the man of 1,000 voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Chelsea Handler on the show next week. And I'll have tickets for you to see her. She's doing the MGM Northfield Park on October the 9th. That's a Saturday night. For the Vaccinated and Horny Tour. So we'll check in with her next week. I'll also have tickets for you to get to that Seven Dust show, which is a couple of weeks away at the Agora. Some Cedar Point passes. They're celebrating their 150th anniversary. 150 years?
That's crazy.
Holy crap. 150 years?
Yeah.
For an amusement park.
Well, no, back. Imagine what the rides were.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, was it
ago.
like
a train?
Was it like just a red wagon that you'd get pulled in at kind of medium speeds?
It's a carousel, but it doesn't move yet. We don't have the technology.
Yeah, they're keeping that Top Thrill dragster closed, by the way, while they figure out what happened with that thing that flew off and hit that lady in the head.
I feel like that is a ride that they've had more problems with than any other ride.
Oh, really?
Like, it's not always dangerous or not always somebody getting hurt, but like there's a lot of times where it breaks down and it's such a quick ride. It's kind of like I think it's fine. I've been on it a few times, but it's not one that I'm like, I gotta go on this ride.
I love it. It's 18 seconds long. I mean, you stand in line for a long time.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
For the length of it, you're like, I can't really. Once you're going a certain speed, you're like, yeah, I'm going to go fast on all the roller coasters. So going 100 miles per hour, okay, this is great. But waiting 2 hours for 18 seconds. That's how a lot of ladies feel.
You're saying long on setup, short on delivery is what you're
That's
saying.
right.
Payoff doesn't. So it opened in 1870. Jesus Christ. I think that's the math. Isn't that? Oh, no, 1871. If it's 150 years. It's 2021. Wow. Well, anyway, I'll have Cedar Point passes for you next week. If you go to WMMS.com, by the way, you can submit your golden memory from Cedar Point, and there's a chance to win a ticket of a lifetime, which is tickets for you and 3 guests for the rest of your life. That's the Cedar Point 150th anniversary contest. Tickets for you and 3 pals for the rest of your life.
That's
now,
awesome.
Here's what you might run into. That means that potentially the length of time you would have those Cedar Point tickets might outlast the friendship.
Is it?
So do you have to maintain these friendships?
Like, I think
is that the fine print?
You and 3 guests each time. Now you have to select 3 friends, and they also get the lifetime pass.
Oh, so it's not 4 people who get lifetime tickets.
That would be interesting.
The fine print is they have to come together They can only use them in conjunction with the other 3 people. Oh, so a person wins, and then you can take 3 other people. So it's 4 tickets for the rest of your life.
Basically. That's my guess. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is.
You're probably right.
You got to take you win, but then you select 3 people that you want to go with every time you go to Cedar Point.
You can only go with the same other people for the rest of your life. You're 67 years old and you used to hang out with this guy in junior high. I don't know. We're bonded for life over this friggin' Cedar Point lifetime pass. Okay. Well, you're probably right then. That seems to make more sense.
Yes. But it is more fun to think of it being a situation where you have to...
Yeah, you have to take them.
You got to choose some lifers.
Mm-hmm. So, anyway, that's next week. Indians back home tonight. They're going to play the Angels at 7:10 here on MMS. So that pregame will get going right after we get out of here at 6:30. A lot of Phillies fans complaining. See any of those Phillies games?
No, what happened?
Oof, they got swept by the Diamondbacks.
Oh, the Diamondbacks are terrible.
They're the worst team in baseball. Yes, indeed. So basically the NL East just sucks because the Phillies collapse in front of the Diamondbacks. The Mets are the Braves, just got to 500. So on paper, it looks okay. But you're like, oh, this is not...
Who's in first place?
Braves, I think.
At 500?
Well, they just got to 500. They're 65, and they're at 537 now. But I think they just got to 500.
This week?
A week or so ago.
And the Phillies paid all that money for Harper.
Oh, yeah.
It was a $400 million contract for 10 years.
Yeah.
Where's the home runs? Where's the wins?
Yeah. So the Phillies lost 3 in a row. They got swept by the Diamondbacks, who went into this series at 38-81. They are a terrible baseball team. The players on the Phillies aren't even being diplomatic about it. They're not even saying they're like, boy, this is absolutely not a team you want to beat you 3 times in a row.
What's the Phillies record?
Phillies, not as good as it was. Phillies are 61-60. So they're right there,
They're right there. So they have a chance to take the division if they can get it together and beat some teams that are bad.
I guess.
That's what you should do. And then the Mets, they had that huge contract coming up with Lindor, too. Did he ever sign a new one?
No clue.
I don't remember.
Don't know. But they're not even at 500. So the Diamondbacks and the Orioles are the 2 worst teams in baseball. It'd be like getting swept by the Orioles, who have only won 38 games. So if you're a Phillies fan, at least you've got the Fanatic to look at. But they are not pleased at all.
The Eagles got stomped last night, too. I know it was a preseason game.
Oh, I didn't even watch.
33-0.
Against who?
The Patriots.
Oh, well, that Tom Brady, I'll tell you what. It is hard to stop that Tom Brady.
I got news for you.
I'm sorry?
I got news for you, Alan.
What's that?
Tom Brady is no longer with the Patriots.
What?
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
Is this something we can talk about publicly? Tom Brady is no longer with the New England Patriots?
Yeah, it's been actually for quite some time. He
Wow.
won a Super Bowl last year with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
He plays for Tampa Bay?
Yeah.
That can't be right.
People are going to hear this and be like, is this a replay?
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
Man, we have broken 2 huge stories on the show today.
Yep. And Cam Newton is their quarterback now.
What?
Yeah.
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
The guy from the Carolina Panthers?
Correct.
Wow. Camwell Newton? That's his first name, right? Camwell?
Yes.
Oh. What happened to Janine Garofalo? Is she still playing for the 49ers?
49ers, yes.
Wow. There's crazy times right now. So the Eagles and...
Eagles got Joe Flacco.
That's Flacco? Isn't that guy 75 years old?
I mean, he's not that old.
Oh, he's not?
He's just not that good.
Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
It's just in Joe Flacco is not 75 years old. Okay.
Yeah, he did not look all that good yesterday, though.
All right. Well, he's 36. That's pretty close in football years.
In football years, that's old.
That is pretty close.
You got Tom Brady, who's 44 or something like that.
Tom Brady's 44 years old?
Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
44. Boy, that's
insane.
long in the tooth.
Yeah. You look good, though.
The Eagles used to have Carson Wentz, yeah? Is he with the Bengals now?
No, Carson Wentz is with the Colts.
The Colts.
Yeah,
because we got Nick Foles in Chicago now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, who'd you say? The Bengals have Joe Burrow.
Don't know who that is.
Well, he was the number 1 pick last year, and he had a
Number
really good
1?
season. Number 1.
Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
Wow, the number 1 pick went to Cincinnati.
Last year.
What a letdown. You're the number 1 pick, and you got to go to Cincinnati. Wow. Like WKRP, Cincinnati. That city?
Yep.
Oof.
But he got hurt last year, so
Hoofa.
he's trying to work his way back, and so he can start the regular season. But he hasn't played any preseason yet.
And we've got Baker Mayfield.
Correct.
And we've got Odell Beckham Jr.
Yep.
And we've got Jadeveon Clowney.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have Barkevius Mingo anymore.
No.
But a couple of kids did, I think.
Now, here's a name that you might like.
Yeah.
Donovan Peoples-Jones.
He's the Peoples. Is this the guy on the Browns?
Yeah, he's a wide receiver on the Browns, yeah.
Only if it's Peeples, like Mario Van Peebles?
No, it's not Peebles. It's
Peoples. But is it P-E-E or like
P-E-O?
P-E-O? Peoples.
Yeah.
Okay. Like that Craig Robinson movie from years ago.
Jeez,
Remember Meet the Peoples? Is that what it was called? Or?
I vaguely remember that.
All right.
Slinging Pizza Hut now.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, there you go. There's all the news that's fit to be heard. I had to think of Poundcake, by the way, because there's this guy who went viral because he created a spreadsheet of all of his friends' salaries.
Saw this.
Did you see this? So this guy on TikTok.
Rich friends.
And the guy who only makes $150,000, they call him Broke Brian or something like that. Broke Bobby, because everybody else, he shows his friends' salaries in this Excel spreadsheet.
How does he know all his friends' salaries?
Well, it's like a group of a dozen guys, and I guess it's broken out based on like how many days off they have a year, how much money they've got, what their travel budget is, because I guess some of them travel together.
Yeah.
So they can plan expensive trips, and they got to know.
So a few years ago, me and my friends started making a spreadsheet breaking down our incomes and availability for travel. This is incredibly helpful. If you have your friends broken down here, from Sean, my top earning friend who makes over $5 million, to who we call Broke Bob, who makes $125,000. How much available PTO?
Broke Bob makes $125,000.
Yeah. Broke Bob makes $120,000. That's the friend that makes the least amount of money. $125,000
But compared to somebody making $5 million, that is Broke Bob.
What does he do?
It doesn't say what they do.
Oh, I want to know what he does. How do you make $5 million a year?
Well, you should watch they probably own businesses or something, but I mean, you should watch the video because one of the columns he mentions is paid time off. Mm-hmm. And for all the guys in the millionaire category, it just says not applicable.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They're not getting paid time off.
Well, because
they're making the rules.
I imagine the guys that are making $5 million a year at the top of that list are probably people that either have trust funds or they have like investments that are taking care of them.
That don't necessarily mean true. They just probably don't.
I'm guessing, but
they work while they travel.
But this is no.
I do know people that literally they go on.
No, I know
vacations all
people
the
that
time
do
and
that
they just
too.
have their laptop right there.
But I'm saying the people that make $5 million are letting somebody else take it, or the money's making itself because it's just invested.
Capital gains.
Yeah.
Who we call Broke Bob, who makes $125,000. How much available PTO we have, or paid time off, bonuses, how much we're willing to spend on a 3-day trip, 7-day trip, some people that already tapped out for the year. Marital status helps if we know there's going to be anyone else coming. Our willingness.
I don't know if this guy is on the list, though, or is this just his spreadsheet that doesn't
list, yeah.
To travel to a third world destination, if they're willing to split a private flight, and if they're degenerate gamblers or not. This list is very pragmatic, and also a lot of them are saying that it's very motivational. So it allows us to avoid awkward situations within our friend group, inviting certain friends that may or may not want to do what we want to do, especially when it comes to gambling or spending a lot of money. So it works for us.
Huh. I wonder how it's how is it motivational, though? What did he mean by that?
Makes you want to earn more because you see what your friends are making, so you go, oh, I gotta make as much as
I see.
So and so he makes.
They're still buying into that nonsense that if you work hard you'll make a lot of money.
Right.
Got it. Well, yeah, so people have some thoughts on that, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Some people think I think it's a great idea. If you're traveling with people, you should know. I mean, what's wrong with that? They're all friends.
I don't know. I think that's weird. I think it's weird to like.
Well, it's
to break
unusual,
down like the bonuses and all that different stuff.
Yeah.
Like I think you just go, hey, we want to do this. Who can you can ask people if they can do it or not. You don't have to go like, well, I know you can't do this because you only make $125,000 a year. You loser.
Yeah, the guy that broke Bob only gets 9 days of PTO.
Man, I get more than that.
That's pretty low.
The guy who makes $200,000 gets 0 days. Alexander makes $500,000. He gets 25 days paid time off. The other guys are all no limit. The guys that are like millionaires and stuff. And then, yeah, right. There's a column for expected bonuses. It says we all still hang out regardless of income. But I don't see anybody on there that's making 35 grand, by the way.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so his friend group, you're probably right. There's probably trust fund kids in there, and but there's nothing wrong with it. It's a little strange, but
Damn, that's an elite friend group. I want to sit in their section and drink their bottles.
I bet it's
well, they do have a lower list of guys here. I guess it continues on to the next page.
Oh yeah.
Jake makes 92.5. They got a guy named Ramen Ryan who is unemployed. He's the only one in here that says unemployed. And then at the very bottom is Gimp, who makes $25,000 a year, but gets 11 days paid time off.
Hey, good for him. He's got more.
That's great.
It's a full-time job. What full-time job gives you that many days off and still pays you that
25.
little?
Well, because it's, they go, well,
radio.
But also,
I don't get no paid time off.
No, but like if there's some people that are like, oh, you're full-time and you get this many days off, but your salary is this. And
right, because
but you're working in
they pay you with vacation.
Right.
Yeah. That's why a lot of people, they cash in their unused vacation.
How does $17,000 a year sound?
What's that?
I said, how does $17,000 a year sound?
Yeah, well,
Hey, in some markets you can do quite a bit with $17,000 a year.
Not most. I moved to Kalamazoo for $13,500 in 1995, and I was
crazy.
Practically living in my car then. That was in goddamn Kalamazoo, Michigan in the mid-90s. $13,500. Yeah.
There to Cedar Rapids,
Do you
Iowa.
even say the 5 at that point? Just leave the 5 alone.
No, you need every penny. Every single
can't even
penny.
round that up. No one's going to say
every
14,000.
single penny. That's why I ended up doing every job there was. Because they were like, hey, you'll get a little bit extra bump if you'll be, you want to be the assistant program director? Yes, I do. You want to be the That's why I've done every job in radio. Because early on, you have to, in those small markets, you have to wear so many hats. I was the promotions director. I was the assistant program director. I was the production director.
And now it's getting that way in this market.
Right. And then every time they'd come to you, they would go, you get a little bit of a bump. And you're like, what's that? And they're like, like $1,000 a year. I go, hey, fine. Wow. I'll take it.
Throw it on the pile.
I'll take it. So, yeah. I moved from Chicago to Kalamazoo. That's how badly I wanted to do my own thing in radio. $13,500 a year. To do nights. 8 to midnight. So Gimp is living. He's doing great with 25 grand.
If you're doing what you love, you never work.
You'll never work a day in your life. Well, guess what? That's a bunch of crap too, because you still got to pay for stuff. So yeah, you're working your ass off.
I love what I do, and it is work.
Of course.
So much work.
It's still a job.
Yeah.
Like people think it's not a job. This is a job. It's a fun job. It's a job.
It's a job.
Yeah. So this guy, he listed all of his friends. And, they wanted, again, it is unusual. And there's people all mad. They're like, this better be, hope this is fake because there's people starving and dying. And it's like, okay.
Well, that has nothing to do with
it.
It
has nothing to do with anything.
Like what? I don't understand people getting mad about it.
Me making less money isn't going to have fewer people starving, right?
Yeah, and I think it's a silly thing, and it feels like very braggadocious to just be like, hey, here's my friend group, and we have all this money, and this is how we break it down. But it's not something where I go like, whoa, how dare you? And it's not something I would do with my friend group. I wouldn't be like, all right, let's plan our vacations based around that. Of course, I don't know.
Plus, I think the only reason that he pointed it out is because he's one of the guys in the millionaire category.
Of course.
If he was broke, but he wouldn't go, hey, I'm broke Bobby, it's me at the bottom of the list.
Mm-hmm. I do like that he adds in there, if they're a degenerate gambler. Like that's probably the most important thing.
But what is the line between degenerate gambler and just avid gambler?
Well, it's like
is it more
Charles Barkley says, when you can't pay for it, that's when you have a problem.
Right. It's not a gambling problem if you can afford it.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're a degenerate gambler, you wouldn't think... there's a lot of questions for this thing. But, I'm curious about it. But some people get really upset, which is so silly.
Just be funny, but for a regular person doing this is like, here we are at the top of the pile. We got Steve here. He makes $56,000 a year.
Yeah.
And then down here at the bottom, we got Kevin, and he's making, he sells weed, so we don't really know.
Don't really know. A lot of it's under the table. Mm-hmm. And he also sleeps under that table, too, because he doesn't make much money.
Yeah, because he's bad at selling weed because he just smokes it all.
Yeah.
You told him don't get high on your own supply, but Kevin's a dummy.
You can't tell Kevin anything because he smokes so much weed, he will forget whatever you told him. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text, 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. text in here. You can watch at AlanCoxShow.com. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is later on as well. That's how we know that the weekend has officially started around here. It's brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey. Sausage Party show today. Mary is out. She's doing some dates in Texas. She'll be back on Monday. Another band has canceled their fall tour. Speaking of Mary, they're one of the... Now, I don't know because they're on our iHeartRadio Music Festival, but they have canceled all of their other dates. They were going to play Blossom on October the 1st. A band called Florida Georgia Line. You heard about these guys?
I have
Florida
not.
Georgia Line.
They're cute.
They're cute. Here's some of their music.
Well, where are you tonight? Why did you leave me here all alone? I searched the world over and I thought I'd found true love. You met another and you was gone.
It's top notch right there.
It's one of
I
their...
usually like country, but that is good stuff.
Yeah, one of their big hits there. It's called You Was Gone. Florida Georgia Line. Yeah, I don't know them, but they're a couple of... It's bro country, you know. But if you're into them, you might have to win one of these trips to Vegas. 5:30 is when I'll have the next keyword for you. It will be your last chance to win until Monday morning. So listen closely for that. Florida Georgia Line, one of the many bands set up to play the 17th and 18th of next month, along with Cheap Trick and Journey and Weezer, I think, is playing.
Yeah.
Maroon 5.
Weezer has to play everything we do.
Dua Lipa. Yeah, Weezer. They're on that Hella Mega Tour, and then they'll scoot over to Vegas.
And they have to rush and do every single event that iHeartRadio has going on. They're doing like a car wash opening in Tulsa.
But Florida Georgia Line apparently made huge. They were a huge touring band. But they said that obviously, citing COVID concerns, that they're not going to do their fall tour. Garth Brooks canceled his dates. 9 Inch Nails, of course. The only two headlining dates 9 Inch Nails were going to do were here in Cleveland, and they canceled both of those. So it's not limited to one genre of music, obviously. So if you're a Florida Georgia Line fan and you've got sitting on those tickets for Blossom, it ain't going to happen. So look into that. Alan, did you see the update on River Dave? Remember River Dave? The Hermit.
Oh, yeah.
River Dave, the Hermit. Yeah, I played a little bit. His cabin burned down. He was technically living on somebody else's land, and they wanted him to leave. And then, suspiciously, his cabin burned down along the riverside. Some tech billionaire wrote him a check for $180,000 so that he could find a new home, because River Dave said, I don't know that I could go back to the hermit life. And it sounded like that he was kind of wistful for the things that he had given up.
No, he makes more than Broke Bobby.
Can't call him River Dave anymore. He's...
That'd be great if he started hanging out with that group of guys.
Yeah. So right here, you can see Broke Bobby only makes $125,000. River Dave has leapfrogged him. He's up here at 180. A guy named Alexander Karp, who's the CEO of a tech company, wrote him a check for $180,000 to help him rebuild his cabin in a new location, which they're keeping under wraps. Alexander Karp has a net worth of over $2.1 billion. So that's like walking around money. $180,000.
Yeah, that's
you just pull out your checkbook and go, you know what? I will make more than this in interest in an hour. So go get yourself a new place. But this guy had been in jail because the guy who owned the land wanted him off, and they were trying to figure this out. They said that the fire was started accidentally by somebody attempting to dismantle the cabin. That's how the thing caught on fire.
Oh, well, that's a pretty fast way to dismantle a cabin, is using fire.
Also, if you live in a cabin by the river and you have a wood-burning stove, you're just asking for problems. Because eventually that stove will burn all your wood. And if your cabin's made of wood, which his clearly was, you're just going to run into issues.
What other things are cabins made out of other than wood?
Oh, boy. Cabins can be made out of corrugated steel. Cabins can be made...
Is that still a cabin?
Oh, of course.
All right. I think of cabins as being wood.
You might. Because there are wood cabins. There are log cabins.
Log cabins. Yeah.
Log cabins. That's right. Now, what else can logs be made of?
Poop.
Poop. That's right. Now, I don't know if anyone
I see
is...
where you're going.
Yeah. I don't know
save
if...
that $180,000.
You make yourself a poop cabin.
Poop cabin.
Yeah. I mean, seriously. This guy assumes, oh, this guy's going to build himself, and you could build yourself an amazing cabin for $180,000. So this guy, if he's smart, he'll take 15, build a cabin, sock the rest away. You know, make your money work for you if you're a Riverside hermit. But I think that, I don't know if a cabin is fundamentally made of wood.
Isn't that the lead singer of Weezer?
Rivers Cuomo?
I thought it was Rivers Hermit.
Rivers Hermit, yeah.
He's got a weird look going on these days.
He's got like a mullet in the thing, right?
Old mullet going,
yeah. So I feel like with 180 grand and what this guy has been used to living in, he might go maybe for more of a cottage than a cabin, right? When a cottage, by definition, be a little smaller.
I don't know.
Now, for all I know, a cabin, you could be right. A cabin could only be made of wood. I don't know that that's the case. I'm sure somebody... Poundcake has a construction pedigree. Tell us, is a cabin only made of wood?
No.
What else can it be made of?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I've never made a cabin.
But you were a carpenter.
I feel like if I ever did make a cabin, it would just be made out of wood. But I'm assuming, no, it doesn't have to be made out of wood. I don't know what classifies something as a cabin.
I mean, is a yurt a cabin, somebody asked. I don't think a yurt is a cabin.
No,
a yurt is a tent.
No, it's a tent.
A yurt is a glorified tent. It's a circular tent.
But what classifies a building as a cabin? That I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. For me, it's wood. But, you know, I'm not going
Does it
by
have to be-
anything other than my own bias.
Does it have to be in the woods? Does it have to be like log-shaped areas? Because there's like a lot of fake cabins out here that they look like logs, but really they're like cement or whatever. It just has the appeal to look like a cabin. So do you call it a cabin, or is it just a house that has the appearance of a cabin?
I think it's got to be in the woods. I think that's a prerequisite for a cabin.
According to that movie. Mm-hmm. You know, this is not the first time, by the way, Bill, that your cabin bias has worked against you.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah. Remember that interview you did with Paper Magazine a few years ago?
Yeah.
That came up then, too.
Oh, did it?
Your anti-cabin bias.
Well, you know, I'm not anti-cabin. I think a cabin is a certain kind of place, and it's a wood place.
A wood place. Mm-hmm. A place made of wood.
In the woods. Made of wood in the woods.
So would a metal cabin just be a shed, then?
Yeah, I think so.
I bet you could have a metal cabin. I mean, I'll tell you what, if I live in a cabin, it's going to be a metal cabin.
Metal AF.
Hell, yes.
Yeah, don't know. I would assume a cabin could be anything, but it depends on the location and the shape.
I don't think it depends on the location. I think it absolutely doesn't. I'm talking about the materials.
I'm saying location's important.
Like, imagine you're living in like a...
You don't got a cabin downtown.
But you could. Couldn't you have a downtown cabin? Little pied-à-terre?
A bunch of apartment buildings that are like, and then there's a cabin. It's like, wait, how is it a cabin? Well, it's made of wood, and there's logs there, so it's a cabin.
I mean, again, there are log cabins.
No,
and logs are traditionally made of wood, but I don't know.
If a log cabin was downtown, would it still be considered a cabin because of the location?
Yes. If there was a log cabin downtown, it would be a log cabin.
Okay.
Because that's what it's made of.
Okay. Well, then I don't know. Cabin made of poop.
I mean, you go out to Hocking Hills, all those cabins are wood.
Yeah.
So you might be onto something. If I called them and I said, hey, do you have any corrugated steel cabins? I'd probably be met with this stunned silence. They go,
what do you mean a shed?
What are you, some kind of goddamn city slicker?
Now, you can have a shed that's also wood, too, so things get a little complicated. This is a dumb conversation.
This is a great conversation because I imagine there are plenty of other people. We're jumping on this grenade. There are all kinds of people who are like, God, I wanted to know the same thing, but I don't want to sound stupid.
Headed out to a lake house this weekend, and they're like, I thought this was a cabin. They're like, no, it's a lake house.
I'm going to let these guys sound stupid for me.
You guys don't want the definition? Because I looked it up.
Yes, I do. To put this to rest once and for all.
A small shelter or house made of wood and situated in a wood or in a wild or remote area. So we're both right.
Wow, so you couldn't have a downtown cabin.
No downtown cabin. Now, if there was like a historical cabin and then they built a city around it.
It's called a cottage.
They preserve it. Now it becomes a cottage, not a cabin anymore.
It's a cottage.
Metal cabins are single wides. All right.
Trailer, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, if it's downtown or in a rural area or like semi-rural area.
I mean, I used to call my, because I was a cool guy, Bill, I used to call my apartment my stabbing cabin.
And that's
because I was stabbing ladies with my wiener.
Ow.
I mean, not stabbing them. That sounds really violent.
Yeah, that sounds very violent.
But they rhyme, and so, right, yeah.
So you also have a very sharp wiener.
Well, because I like to whittle. The movie Cabin Boy. Remember that with Chris Elliott and David Letterman?
Oh, yeah.
Cabin Boy. He lived below deck. He didn't even live in a cabin, I don't think.
Well, I think that's a part of the ship is the cabin.
Yeah. Alan, my brother and his wife have a cinder block cabin in the forest of northwest Pennsylvania next to a creek. So maybe it can be location-based, if not materials-based. You go, okay, I'm fitting half the definition of a cabin.
I think what they got is a hut.
I think they've got a bomb shelter.
Yeah, they got a bomb shelter. That works.
That's where they have all their water and peaches and ammo, and when the shrimp goes down, they're going to be in the forests of northwest Pennsylvania. So it's one of those things where, yes, logs are all made of wood, but not all wood is logs. And not all not all logs are wood, but all cabins are wood. Not all cabins are log.
I really am. I don't want to hear the word cabin anymore today.
You don't want to?
I'm done with this conversation. I think we have got everything we need to get out of it. A cabin is what a cabin is where the heart is.
Hey, kid, you want a toy?
Uh-huh.
How about a bike?
No.
A video game?
No!
Well, okay. You pick a toy.
I want... log! Boy, oh boy!
Yes, log. All kids love log.
What rolls fast stairs, the motor and pairs, rolls over your neighbor's dog. What's great for a snack and fits on your back? It's log, log, log. It's log, log. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's log, log. It's better than that, it's good.
Those kids wanted a log.
I was one of those kids a long time ago.
What about the captain's log on Star Trek?
We're not talking about logs. We're talking about... I'm not going to keep going with this.
We're talking about Shatner's poop.
We can talk about Shatner's poop.
Right.
Kids want the stupidest toys.
Kids want great toys.
I had a bumble ball, and I was just fine with that.
What is that?
It was a ball that had like these... They weren't spikes, but they looked like spikes, but they were like flat on the end. So it almost looked like the coronavirus has a toy. Honestly, it did. It looked like the coronavirus has a toy.
Bumble ball.
And it would light up and it would vibrate. And I thought it was the funnest toy ever. Bumble ball.
Also, just so you know, that wasn't a real commercial.
I know.
Okay. But do you know what it's from?
No.
Ren and Stimpy.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Alan, how come when you're on a cruise ship, your room is called a cabin? I mean, that's a really good question.
These are the questions that we're trying to answer.
We are willing to look stupid for your benefit, so you don't have to.
Poundcake over here giving us a definition, and he doesn't even think to include the rooms on a cruise ship. He's just telling us that it's a house in the woods made of wood, but then you forget about cruise ships.
Shut up. We're trying to buy another bubble ball.
Buy one?
Yeah, it was like it was $6. Fun little toy.
But what are you gonna do with it now?
I don't know.
Don't know.
If I have a coronavirus party, I'll just have them like on strings, and then they'll vibrate as people walk in. It'd be kind of cool.
A coronavirus party?
Yeah, like to celebrate the end of coronavirus.
Yeah. So in 2024. Well, listen, you can never plan too early. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave a message for us there. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, this is Rob from your old stomping ground of Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, Michigan. Hey, it's a Friday night, and guess what? It's about 10:30, and you guys are my entertainment on 900 acres of corn. It's pretty fun out here. So I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate what you guys do, and cheers. Keep it up. Hopefully the move goes well, and you guys take care. Thanks so much, and keep it rocking.
Guys out there doing in the corn. Man. Out there listening in the
900
corn.
acres of
900 acres of corn.
That's a lot of corn,
out
man.
in Kalamazoo.
You could put a whole baseball field and a football field.
Man, you could do the whole thing.
Yeah.
You guys, I'm shook.
I wonder if there were any cabins out there. What?
I'm shook.
How so?
Because I just realized that a bumbleball is a dog toy and not a human toy.
No, they're also for babies.
Okay, I was gonna say because as a kid,
definitely not a kid's toy.
It said it's for your dog will go nuts for the famous retroactive or the retro.
Bumbleball is for small to medium-sized dogs. Here's what happened, though. Poundcake was so little when their neighbor stole their dog that mom just started letting him play with the dog's toy, and he never put two and two together
Putting it
until
in my
now.
mouth. I was about to call my mom up. Like, listen, why would you let me slob on this thing when I was a kid?
406.
Oh God.
My
Keep you busy or put you in a tizzy. Are we having a ball or just losing our grip? Who cares? Bumble around with the bumble ball, baby. It's the wackiest ball in town. The bubble ball from Erdl.
From Erdl. Yeah, so that sounds like they're trying to do like a Leon Redbone type thing there.
Yeah, for sure. But my
Strix
brother
on the China.
my little brother had one of these when he was
a Bumbleball.
baby.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'd never heard of it before.
So I think there's definitely like a dog version, but there was definitely like but it's for like
little kids.
Yeah, like a 1-year-old.
Alan, I remember those because we gave them to the dog. Airplanes have a cabin. Listen, this is still,
right.
I can't...
Made of steel.
Boom.
Yeah.
And just mind blown right there.
I can't
take it anymore.
I can't...
Why isn't a poop deck made of poop?
I don't even know why it's called the poop deck, by the way. That's on SpongeBob a lot. My daughter is fully into SpongeBob, and I don't know why it's called a poop deck. And I never really took the time to learn, but that's on there a lot.
Well, they're supposed to call it a duty floor?
Poop deck is a deck that forms the roof of a cabin built in the rear part of the ship. The name originates from the French word for stern, which is la poupe.
Ah.
Le poop.
Stupid French.
Over there on the poop deck.
Stupid, hilarious French.
Stupid, dumb, hilarious French. Yeah, okay. I'm not. I'm not super well versed in all the nautical terminology, but there it is, le poupe. It's interesting how we will keep words from other languages and discard some other ones. You keep some. Why keep that?
Right.
I don't know how modern of a joke poop is.
I mean, I think the word poop's been around for a long time.
I mean, le poupe comes from Latin, the Latin word puppus. So the French were taking it from the Latin, and we kept it. We kept the Statue of Liberty from the French, and we kept poop deck. So don't say that they never gave us anything.
Right.
Now, on the inside of your car is technically called the cabin of your car.
Also not wood unless you have a really old car.
Poundcake does.
The inside of my car is called a cottage.
He's got a 1906 Mercury Mulan. What?
It's called a cottage. And it's not a 1996.
I said 1906.
Because I'm stupid. Trying to play me in my car.
No. I don't know what year your car is, but I'm certain that parts of it are made of wood.
2008?
It's a 2008. They're still making wood cars in 08?
2006.
Wow.
2006. Oh, so we...
My old car...
6.
And like I said, my car luckily has... Knock on wood. Hey! Topical. But my old car was an 09, and I had hella problems with it. And then this one I haven't had that many.
You haven't had as hella problems? As many as hella?
Yeah, I mean, my Dr. Caliber, there would be something just, I take it into the shop, come out, work for good for like a few weeks, and then something completely different, not related to the last problem, something completely different would go bad.
Well, they also don't make those anymore. They still make the Mulan, right?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, they don't?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I thought the Mulan just became the Fusion, and the parts were interchangeable.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe, but it's also, I mean, that's...
But the moment I was driving, and then I was at a stoplight, and then it was my turn to go, and I just couldn't go. I was like, I can't drive this car anymore. What if that was like on the freeway, and I'm just going, and then all of a sudden my gas don't work, or my brakes don't
would
work.
you be Broke Bobby on your friend's spreadsheet?
Oh, God, I'm broker than Broke Bobby.
Oh.
Broke Bobby was making 120.
Right, but he's saying, would you be your lowest...
On the list of your
friend?
friends.
Yeah. I'm the unemployed guy. That they're like, oh, maybe we should...
But you're not unemployed.
He's GIMP.
Compared to my friends, I'm GIMP. They're like, oh, maybe we'll buy him a ticket for a birthday present so he can come out and visit us. No, don't do that because then I have to take off work and then I don't get paid. Well, then there's just no pleasing you.
Wow. Why did you just get new friends?
Get poorer friends?
Well, yeah.
Because that's no fun.
Well, no, I know. Then they come to you for everything.
I know I can't compete with them, so whenever I can actually go, when I take the time off and I,
every few years when you can save up enough to live like they live all the time.
It's a treat. They're like, oh my gosh, see what it's like on the other side? I'm like, yeah, I know. I get it once every 3 years.
You're like, I'm not doing this on purpose.
Just so busy. But they take it for granted. For you, you can really appreciate what's involved.
Well, my roommates, they travel for a living. Like, he is a travel nurse, so he...
yeah, but they don't pay for all that, right?
Yes, they do.
The company they work for doesn't...
They put them up, and they get a stipend. They get a moving stipend.
Okay, well, that's a company giving you money.
Yeah, so it's a part of their job. As a travel nurse, you belong to an agency.
That's what I'm saying. So there's a lot that they're not paying for. That's why they can sock away money.
And he doesn't apply to places where he doesn't want to go. Like they can't make him go somewhere he doesn't want to go. They'll offer you more money. Like in the height of the pandemic, I think they were offering him like $10,000 a month or something like that to go to New York City, and he was like, I'm not going to do it.
Why? For $10,000 a month?
He didn't want to do it.
Wow.
Yeah, but even in New York, $10,000 a month.
No, but you're still going somewhere else after. You're just socking that away because they're giving you a stipend.
But I think that's the stipend that they were going to give him.
Where are they now?
But again, for $10,000 a month, you actually get a pretty decent place in New York, and that would be cool. Yeah, but that's probably also not fun to be in. The COVID nurse in New York.
Where are they living now?
They're in Seattle.
Seattle.
And they were in Seattle.
Great time to go to Seattle.
Well, no, they were actually there before, right at the height of the pandemic, like right after Seattle was a hot spot. And so he was like, okay, I'm going to go there.
Yeah, now it's literally a hot spot. It's like 112 degrees in Seattle.
And then I think he got like fired or something like that because they didn't need him anymore. All the nurses were going to New York. And so now they were like, oh no, COVID's back. People are dying again. Can you please come back to Seattle? And he's like, okay, we'll take 2. And so.
Oh, that's right. But he was there like when Seattle was the first spot.
Yes.
At the very beginning.
He just missed it. Like people, their rates were going down, and then all the other countries, all the other states were going up. And so they were like, we really don't need you anymore. Like, you're needed in other areas. And he's like, but I just came here. Like, I just signed a lease for an apartment.
I see. So they were there in like February of last year.
Yep, that's exactly right. And then they went back to Oregon.
Okay, let me take a break here. I'll have those air show passes for you. They're not selling any at the gate this year for the Cleveland National Air Show over Labor Day weekend. You can only buy them in advance. So go to clevelandairshow.com if you want details on that, or I'll have a couple for you to win. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever.
And the Cleveland National Air Show with it. Labor Day weekend at Burke Lakefront Airport, the 4th, 5th, and 6th of next month. Altitude with attitude. The only caveat, they're not doing any gate sales this year. So if you want to buy tickets, you got to get them in advance. Go to clevelandairshow.com. It's all brought to you by Discount Drug Mart. And you can get the last pair I have for you this week right now if you want to go to the air show over Labor Day weekend. 2 passes here for you. Caller 10. Good luck. Have fun. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Another ringing endorsement
You're an idiot, your show sucks, and you've proven that many times.
for the Alan Cox Show
You're so stupid.
on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Latest episode of the Bill Squire Show is there for you. Latest Poundcake podcast is there too. Remember, the Weekend Cox airs live on Sunday mornings. Bill and Poundcake are your hosts for that. It is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. But it's early. It's 8 to 10 on Sunday mornings. So it's also available in podcast form all on its own if you're not up early. So keep in mind that that is there for you as well.
Some good segments this week, too.
Good segments this week. The Indians are back at home tonight. They're going to play the Angels of Anaheim. Are they called that officially, or are they just the Anaheim Angels?
The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
That's the full name.
I believe that's the full name.
Wow. Because the Dodgers are just the LA Dodgers.
Right.
Yeah. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim are going to be here tonight. 7:10 is that start here on WMMS, your future home for Cleveland Guardians baseball. By the way, the judge denied that woman's restraining order against Trevor Bauer because a lot of her texts came forward in the process of this hearing. And they were like, oh, so maybe this guy didn't, punch you in the face while you were asleep or whatever.
Well, I think what had happened was that
What had happened
was they denied, because there's no imminent threat. He's not like stalking her or doing anything like that now.
Yeah,
So,
she wanted a 5-year restraining order.
Yeah. So that's why. But I mean, there's still a case ongoing to determine whether or not he did abuse and go too far.
But these texts are not helping her case. Because
the ones that he released?
The ones that that his lawyer, her texts to Trevor Bauer or to a friend. When it's time to choke me out, you are the best. That was a game changer. Never been more turned on in my life. Give me all the pain. Do it harder.
Yes.
And his lawyer points out that she neglected to include those texts in her declaration to the court when she filed for the restraining order. There were also texts in which she was talking to her AA sponsor and said that she was going to be a rich bitch pretty soon.
Ooh.
Man, give me $50 million and just slap my lady parts on one of the texts. So the lawyer goes, why were you talking about becoming rich? And she said, they were just joking around. In another text, her AA sponsor told her to secure the bag, which means get the money, right?
Yep. Yes.
The lawyer goes, doesn't that mean get the money? And she goes, I don't know, maybe. It can mean that. I'm not sure. So whatever you think of Trevor Bauer, and there are some people who don't think that highly of him, but it's not. She's not doing herself any favors here.
No, she's not.
And that's
real scummy. That's real scummy. This is
just like the stereotypical gold digger. This is, and I'm not gonna blame victims, but this is exactly why people have trouble believing victims right away. It is people like this woman, and we haven't found out all of the proof yet. She could have some bombshell evidence, but the way it looks, this is exactly why people are so quick to be on Twitter and Facebook, I don't believe this bitch. She's after the money, because there's so many red flags where I don't even have to go to court, he's just going to want to shut me up, so he'll throw 50,000, 100,000 my way.
Not only that, but it's like, I mean, if you're a high-profile athlete, celebrity, whatever, like, well, you just got to be a monk. Like, you got to lock yourself in a room so that in case you run into somebody, you don't know where they're coming from, what they want.
What's the point of getting that big old contract if you can't punch somebody in the butt?
That's why all these guys, as much as I give them a hard time, that's why some of these guys are like marrying their high school sweetheart. They're like, well, Jesus, I've known her for 20 years.
And it's cheaper because, it's not a matter of if someone's going to blow you up. It's a matter of when. It's going to be the wrong bitch that's just going to be like, he can sue me if he wants to. I don't care if I signed a non-disclosure.
Now,
he can't sue me.
There are plenty of people that don't go through this, obviously. Well, these are the stories we hear about, but
it just hasn't happened yet.
The lawyer asked her, you painted a picture of a violent encounter with Trevor, and she said yes. You didn't think it was important for the judge to know that you only got a small bruise from that?
So wait, so the stuff that she released of her face all beaten up, what was that about?
They're trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
And he said, so you knew that rough sex would be on the agenda. When you go to a man's house at midnight, it's a booty call, right? And she replied that it was not, but that she did assume that she would have sex with him. She also admitted that Trevor Bauer asked her before their second session what was off limits. And she only told him fingers down the throat and butt stuff. And and they also said, well, you said you wanted nothing more to do with him, but you texted a friend saying you were watching a Dodgers game 2 weeks later because he was pitching. Which is not necessarily indicative of anything, but
maybe she's a huge baseball fan.
She could just be a lifelong season ticket holding Dodger fan.
Yeah, this does not look good for her.
Now, her best friend testified to a different situation, obviously, that she had the swollen lips and her cheeks were swollen and she had the black eyes and blah, blah, blah. So there are two, as is always the case, there are two sides to the story. But who knows? Trevor Bauer is expected to invoke his Fifth Amendment rights.
Well, he already did, I believe.
Did he?
Because they interviewed him earlier this week and he took the Fifth. He pled the Fifth. I plead the Fifth.
Yeah. So anyway, so they denied they denied her request for the restraining order.
That's wild. It's just hard for me to believe. I believe most people are good. It's hard for me to believe that someone will go out of their way to fake that. So initially, when people say stuff like that,
well, not even
tend
faking.
to believe them.
I don't know if it's faking, but the judge said if she set limits and he exceeded them, that would be a different situation. But he did not exceed the limits that she set on their sexual encounters. Now, again,
it's just how do you prove that?
But it's also public opinion. So even if they were like, this guy didn't do anything wrong, clearly there was something going on here. But if they determine that he's not legally at fault, the Dodgers could still cut him. They're like, we don't want to mess with it. We don't want to, somebody else would pick him up.
Yeah.
Plenty of other teams would grab Trevor Bauer.
I'd sue her after it was all over with.
Well, I think it's a little telling that I don't think he filed any kind of countersuit.
Not yet.
And then also he didn't testify. He pled the Fifth.
You just want it to be over, probably.
Yeah.
You don't want to prolong it. You're like, could we just,
But that says something to me too. That he doesn't want to slip up and say the wrong thing.
Right.
But also, is there something, he doesn't want to hear the questions that they're going to ask him.
Mr. Bauer, did you attempt butt stuff on Miss Hill?
I feel like there's a lot going on here, and it's really hard to judge exactly it sounds like they've both done some bad things.
I was going to say, they're like both a couple of douchebags.
Yeah.
They should be very happy together. I wish they could just kiss and make up. I wish they could punch and make up.
What a true love. The modern rom-com. She tried to Me Too him, but then they just decided to Be Too.
Yeah.
Are you punching other
How to
people?
sue a man in 10 days.
Yeah, Me Too to Be Too.
Yeah. Judge said that he was no longer a danger to her. Trevor Bauer was able to dodge her restraining order. I guess. I see what you did there. It's not bad.
Dude, that's wild. Meanwhile, R. Kelly, his trial's going full force.
Well, yeah, because his doctor is like, oh, yeah, he's had herpes for 15 years. Oh, you girls didn't know about that? Oh, my bad. Oh, but he should have told you. He didn't tell you that?
He didn't pay his doctor.
Oh, my goodness. He should have absolutely divulged that information to you.
Well, now that he doesn't have any money to pay anybody, everybody's like, well, secret's out now.
Well, no, he was paying. He was paying his doctor with concert tickets and flying them around the world. Honestly, that was the report.
Excuse me, I'd like to be paid in American money, please. Concert tickets.
He was giving him concert tickets and
were they his concert tickets?
Yes.
He's like, I got, what do I have? I have El Giro. I've got Engelbert Humperdinck. I've got Carrot Top's Vegas residency. So they were tickets to his shows.
I wonder what Dr. Berglund, what he would do if someone was like, hey, I'm sure he's probably treated some VIPs. They're like, listen, I don't want this on my insurance because, the wife wouldn't be so happy about me stepping out. Can I just pay you in concert tickets or football games, please?
How would you like to have an exclusive pass to every single Alan Cox Show comedy tour for as long as they're happening?
Yeah. People are saying that this same girl is who banged Clevenger at some point. I don't know if that's true. Oh, Fingers Down the Throat coming to the Agora next month. They're the ones that do the Bill Squire Friday Get Down music. But Fingers
maxed.
Down the Throat.
Yeah.
Yeah, very excited to see those guys. Well, so anyway, so that whole thing is going on, and,
And just don't put it in crazy.
So do you
That's kind
think,
of the rule.
we were talking about Topps ending their, Topps of baseball cards, in a couple of years I'm going to be making baseball cards anymore. You think that Topps or OnlyFans got devalued faster? Because this OnlyFans thing.
for sure.
OnlyFans?
Yeah. OnlyFans for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think they're going to change their policies because I think they're going to switch up and be like, oh, we said explicit, like super explicit.
Well,
like,
no.
no, like eating
No,
poop or anything like that.
It's very simple.
You already can't do that
It's
kind
already,
of stuff.
yeah, it's already done.
And it's because in what it really is, I read this thing where it is basically they're trying to give studios back the power. So
They don't care about that. They just weren't. Banks wouldn't lend to them. That's all.
No. It's that's what the banks are trying to put that money back in their pockets is what I'm saying. So all these people being like on their own, it was killing the actual porn industry. So they're like, hey, can we kind of screw this product over so that we can start making money again?
Wait, the what? Who? The banks?
The porn studios
porn
work with the
studios, yeah.
banks. And
Well, no, listen. OnlyFans was swimming in cash, but they couldn't find new investors. It was as simple as that. But the trouble is, they're completely disowning the people who built it.
Right.
So all these sex workers and whatever who will now, if they want to keep doing this, would have to go to like a porn studio or something like that because there was still a stigma on what was going on with OnlyFans. So they were trying to get more. I think they want to make it more attractive to celebrities. I think they want to make it a destination for people who already have tens of millions of followers. And part of it, too, is you have a lot of anti-sex industry lobbyists,
Right.
who are out there working.
That's also a huge part of it too.
So it's a lot of, and these poor people that do stuff on OnlyFans are like, oh, OnlyFans is great. You get to be your own boss. You are only your own boss if you control the means of distribution.
Right.
It doesn't mean you're your own boss if you set your own hours. Like, I'm not my own boss because I work for this company. So if that platform suddenly goes, you can't be on anymore, you're not your own boss anymore. So, there's going to be opportunity. There are other platforms that do this. I think they're probably a lot
But I don't know if
skeezier.
they're ready for the influx that they're going to get.
Because it's just for fans.
But what is nonsense, though, are these anti-sex work lobbies. They do it under the umbrella of, we're trying to make sure there's no child sex abuse on these platforms. Except Facebook is the granddaddy of child sex abuse platforms.
How?
Well, they've got that national task force for children,
Yeah, but I feel like Facebook is quite larger than OnlyFans.
It is, you'll notice they're not going after Facebook. So it's only about kids when it's an easy target. If child sex abuse was really their concern, because here's how it breaks down. I was reading the details on this. They did like this forensic study on instances of child sexual abuse material across a variety of platforms. OnlyFans deactivated 15 accounts last year.
What?
Facebook had 20 million instances of what was called child sexual abuse material. Snapchat had 150,000. Google had over 500,000. So it's not really about kids. What? Kids are a great buzzword when it's an easy target. Because if they were really concerned about child sexual abuse material, they'd go after Facebook. But Facebook is a Goliath, and they're not going to do that. They're going to go after OnlyFans.
Well, even something that I read is about how MasterCard is the payment processor that OnlyFans is using, and they're setting these real high requirements where you have to pay a lot of fees in order to make this happen, to go and review everything. And so these larger companies can afford it, but OnlyFans can't afford that, and they can't put that cost on their users either, or on their creators. So that's why they're switching things up as well.
I think those are all. I think that's all cover, and I think those are all explanations that sound good, but they're cutting the people loose who build OnlyFans.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to get new investors. I think it's as simple as that. They're like, we just want to get other people on here.
Now imagine you're an investor. Are you going to invest in OnlyFans?
Sure.
Why? After you hear this?
Because they don't want. Because they don't want. These are probably people who are like, well, I don't want that porn stink on me.
Right, but why? But as an investor,
why not?
Why would you give your money to a company and say, hey, I'm going to give you this money to try and rebrand, when I don't think there's any market for what they're trying to do now?
There'll be a market for it.
I did.
Why? Yeah, because like I said, they want to try to get marquee names. OnlyFans has tons of girls next door, and some people argue that was the appeal. Oh, you might see your neighbor naked. I don't want to see my neighbor naked. He's a great guy. Don't want to see him naked. They want marquee.
Wake up early enough on a Saturday, you can see him naked.
Wake up early on a Saturday, he can see me naked. They want to make it. I think they want to get celebrities on there. Cardi B's on there. They want stuff like that. They want OnlyFans to be like a legit destination for entertainment.
But I don't think it's going to happen.
Not right away.
I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Well,
there are other sites dedicated.
There are other platforms like OnlyFans.
People hate a paywall.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe you might be right.
I don't think if I'm an investor, there's no way I'm putting money into OnlyFans when I can say, okay, so this is what you want to do. I'll find another platform and help build that one up. But you already branded yourself as this, and now you're trying to switch, and it's not going to go well for you.
My assumption is that OnlyFans knows a lot of things we don't know about their future business plans. So, I mean, listen, there are other platforms. There's ManyVids, there's AVN Stars, there's all these other platforms people can go to.
And they will.
The interesting thing to me is that banks also have more competition than ever. So, I think there's opportunities with banks to process these payments.
Yeah.
Maybe MasterCard doesn't want to do it, but somebody else will do it. So I don't know, but I think it just sucks that they're taking all the people who put it on the map and said, later.
Their jobs, like that was their livelihood. Like their livelihood was, I have a subscription service. They'll go back to Pornhub. They'll make a subscription because people pay for.
Well, there was a great tweet. On a positive note, with OnlyFans banning porn, your local restaurant will finally have servers again.
No, they won't. They'll release it themselves.
Yeah, well, maybe they will. It's a brave new world.
Venmo me, I'll email you my sex video.
Yeah. I've got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, if you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. call the Alan Cox Show Sausage Party.
Finally, we're getting a little more sausage at this party.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to text. AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch live. About 40 minutes from now, 5:30, is going to be the last keyword of the week for you to get yourself to Vegas. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival is happening the 17th and 18th of next month at the T-Mobile Arena out there. So we'll fly you out, you and a pal, put you up, get you $1,000. So you have 3 chances to win every day. Last of this week is coming up at 5:30. If you listen to this show on iHeartRadio from somewhere outside Ohio, tell me where. Brian listens in Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. Josh is in Tulsa. Lynn is in Venice Beach, Florida. Diane listens in St. Louis. And Mike's out in Seattle. We also have Karen, who is a bureau chief in Mobile, Alabama. It's a town my dad grew up in. And about 24 minutes north of Mobile, Alabama, is a town called Creola. And they've got a weird story unfolding out there where a woman had her side piece secretly living in the house that she lives in with her husband.
Whoa. That is...
And then the husband...
ballsy.
That's advanced level.
The husband found out, and the husband and the boyfriend shot each other while the woman was tweaking out. You're never going to believe this. Drugs were involved.
It does change the whole, because, you know,
the dynamic is
of course there's drugs involved, but because, you know, I'm kind of naive at times, and so I just think of it being like a nice house in a cul-de-sac, and there's just a little, you know, there's just a lot of things moving around. We're like, okay, you can go in this way,
hanky panky.
Yeah, but I mean, just like a lot of strategy going on to keep him from going to that other side of the house or the other wing or the attic or whatever it is. But of course, it's a drug house.
But it's not, though.
Oh.
This is not a trailer situation. This is a nice house on a quiet street.
Okay, so I was right.
That's why these people... But then drugs.
Hey, Byron and Lenice. Yes, all the neighbors I talked to couldn't believe this happened on their street. And as more details come out, it only gets more and more unbelievable. Frank and Tracy Reeves live at this house.
A nice house, by the way. Big house. Nice big ranch house.
My mind's eye was correct. Ooh, maybe I'm a psychic. Or maybe I just saw this on Twitter already.
Maybe. But this size house, plenty of places to hide.
Yeah.
Skidmore Road in Creola. Neighbors say they keep to themselves and things are normally quiet until Sunday night when shots rang out.
Just because all the weather stuff was going on, I just assumed that it was a big thunder because it sounded so loud and so close.
Deputies say Frank Reeves got into a gun battle inside the home with the man he thought was an intruder. But investigators say that man, Michael Amaker, is Tracy Reeves' boyfriend. According to deputies, Tracy was letting Amaker live inside the home for more than a year. And
more than a year before her husband found a nice, nice big house. I wonder what they do. Maybe they sell meth. Boy,
Maybe.
Imagine if your whole operation blows up. You got a nice big house on a nice street. Landscaping's nice.
Husband never had a clue. But Sunday night, that secret began to unravel.
My wife and I have lived here for 13 years. Never, ever saw anything go on like this.
Investigators say both men shot each other.
I love when people say that. They go, we've never seen anything like this. Well, yeah, no one has.
Nobody has. This hasn't happened.
It's like, guys going to come out and go, oh, yeah, a couple houses over a few years ago. Exact same thing happened.
But it was two ladies and a man.
They were doing math.
And they used bow and arrows.
You know what? This is nothing. There's a guy up there. He cut his roommate's head off with a bear trap. That was a mess.
Frank was hit in the chest. Amaker shot in the leg and elbow, both taken to the hospital. A neighbor seeing the aftermath.
And we saw him bring out the suspect and also the man that was shot, the other man that was shot. And they both seemed to be okay. They weren't saying much. In fact, the suspect did not say a word. He looked like he was way out of it.
Mobile County Sheriff's Captain Paul Birch says Amaker and Tracy Reeves were high on methamphetamines, calling this one of the most bizarre cases he's ever seen.
It was just a very odd scene to have to work with, something that we really I haven't seen that particular type case in 30 plus years. So.
Neighbors still wishing Frank a speedy recovery.
I just pray that Mr. Frank is all right. I know he went to the hospital. I hope he recovers well, and I just hope, all the situation that's happened, that it's resolved.
I hate that it happened to Frank because he's just not the kind of person to be a troublemaker. And I hope he's okay. I haven't heard anything yet.
Hey, listen, at least the husband is regarded as a nice guy. He's getting cucked in his own home.
I think we have
by another tweaker.
We do, and I think we have an opportunity for a Poundcake follow-up country hit.
My truck, my beers, my lady.
My meth,
my gun, my wife. Oh, she's got a boyfriend.
My buns.
Shoot him again.
Yeah, she hiding in the basement. They didn't say. I wish they would have given more information about where she hid the gun.
Yeah, I want to know more about how he was sneaking around and living in that house.
The
for
logistics
so long.
is what I want to know. But that's all we got to know down there in Creola, Alabama.
My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again. My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again. My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again. My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again.
He's the real loser in that whole situation because Poundcake was set to open some of those dates on the Florida-Georgia line tour.
Oh, man, that would have been great for him.
So I'm sorry, pal. Yeah, that would have been would have really put him in front of a completely different audience.
And you could have moved up the rankings too, and his friend vacation group.
It wouldn't be broke Bobby anymore.
I'm losing all my coins.
I still think the way to go is conservative Poundcake, conservative Cody.
Boy, I'll tell you what, it is a volume business right now. That volume happens to be very, very loud, but yeah. You could get a job. They clearly need people in St. Louis. They signed on 4, or they now have 4 right-wing talk radio stations. You can do something out there.
Do I got to call it St. Louis?
I mean, listen, all those people are making that all up anyway, right? So it would be no different for you to go in there and pretend.
Job.
Yes, pretend. A friend of mine who was on a couple of MTV shows years ago was told many years ago, if you, because she's blonde and gorgeous and whatever, they go, if you just pretend to believe these things, you could have a huge career in right-wing television and radio and whatever. And they basically, that's why they went to somebody like Tomi Lahren, right? Not especially bright, but she's pretty, and you can throw her on TV. I don't even know if she's a thing anymore. She's on some platform.
She's on Fox.
Okay. I don't think she's on Fox News proper.
She's like a correspondent. Though.
Okay.
She doesn't have her own show or anything.
Yeah. So all you would need to do is pretend like they are pretending to believe these things and, make some serious coin.
I was gonna say, black and gay. I mean, that it's never worked
You're
out
a
for
unicorn.
me. I was like, it's never worked out for me in everyday life. But on Fox, they appreciate me. They'll pay me what I'm worth.
Sure.
Pay for my security.
I mean, Don Lemon's over on CNN, but you'd expect to see him there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they got 2 gays. I mean, CNN's killing it with the gays.
And just think of the great sound bites, because we could still do this show and still get great things that he's saying, and then be like, and here's what Cody said today, and he's talking about whatever's going on in the news and mispronouncing words on Fox, and it'll be fantastic.
They won't care. They're like, he's just like
Confiscate
us.
it. Confiscate it.
Everybody makes mistakes.
GameStop was just like a scapegoat, I guess.
There he is. Hey, there he's on his show over there in St. Louis.
Hey, I molest children.
He's just doing his thing.
That's right. The Cody Brown Show, because he couldn't be Poundcake. He'd be the Cody Brown Show. And then whatever all that like fake patriot who he is that they go, he says things other people don't even know how to pronounce.
Confiscated.
That's right.
I definitely would change my last name. It would because then they would dig into my uncle's murder, and then they'll try and use, or not my uncle's murder. My uncle committed murder, but they would dig into that.
That's not going to work against you, though.
Yeah, you didn't do anything.
I know.
That means that you have a distinct perspective on the incarceration industrial complex.
And you work that into your story. Like, you work that into your narrative. You don't run from the skeletons. You put them on the stage with you.
That's right.
The key is to try and play it cool, but sometimes you don't even have that option because they have these things called non-disclosure agreements.
Now imagine hearing that guy doing his thing.
What you'd have to do is kind of do some sort of thing where you go, well, I've had like a big exit from this show. Be like, I quit. I can't take you liberals anymore. I got to get out there and tell the truth. So I'm leaving. I'm going to Tulsa to do conservative talk radio and tell it like it is.
I still probably would change my last name to make it sound more Republican and more.
What's more Republican? What name sounds more Republican?
Just make it sound more.
I think your first
Cody Limbaugh,
Cody Mackerel, or something like that.
Mackerel, a fish?
Just like holy mackerel, like Cody Mackerel.
We all know you're a cow.
Moo. It's the Cody Mackerel Show. Moo.
You should just go by Mr. Brown.
No.
Just that. I'm Mr. Brown, and I'm here to tell it like it is. They love on conservative radio when you tell it like it is.
Brown is too common. Like everyone wipes their ass with the name Brown. Like it's just there's
what
no
do you mean?
zing, there's no
but
zest
who cares?
to it. I care. It's
all
like
right.
not
you're not
But you're not going to go with Cody Mackerel.
You're not going there for zest. They want things that they know how to spell. Know what you're like. It's simple. Is what is good there.
You have to be
Ramel
the least.
Ain't gonna do it.
No, you have to be the least threatening black gay guy you could possibly be because they're threatened by both of those things. He's the goat of St. Louis Talk Radio, Cody Mackerel.
Cody Mackerel.
I like how that's where his brain went for. I need a really Republican-sounding name. Mackerel.
Mackerel.
Like a fish.
Like holy mackerel.
I'm just gonna put an E on the end of Brown, just so it's like, oh, it's kind of white now. Okay,
but it still sounds the same.
But
and you're on the
it's
radio.
Gonna pop up on the scroll.
What scroll?
Like if I were to get on Fox News,
I see.
If it pops up,
so BROWNE
yep.
would look better than BROWN.
Yep,
I see.
Just put N. Might even put like a
because if it's without the E, it just reminds people subliminally that you're brown.
Yeah,
yeah, I see.
Or I could do BROUWNE.
Brown. I don't think there's anything wrong. You could be Cody Allen. Be Cody Allen.
There's already a Cody Allen on radio.
He's a where?
He's on this station, or not on this station, but he's with our company, Cody Allen. Because I see when I used to work the Next Gen.
ALAN?
Yeah, or I think it's ALLAN. But when I used to do the logs over here on this computer, it would pop up. I was like, oh, I can never use Cody Allen as my name because
CMT Radio Live. Yeah. Cody Allen, ALAN. Okay. Well, then be Cody. Be Cootie Allen.
How about
COOTIE?
We need to make Cody a little more professional. I think Codebert.
Codebert
or Covert.
This Cody Allen's gay too.
Is he?
Yeah.
And he's on country music station?
Yeah. Hey, they're opening it all up over there. It's a new day for country. Some people have to be dragged kicking and screaming into that, but as an industry and as a genre of music, it's a lot more open than it used to be.
I don't know what he looks like. Let me look.
He's a good-looking dude. He looks like he's kind of like got the spray-on stubble and a little bit of a tan and whatever. But
I think you gotta pick a lane though. Are you going to be a country singer? Or are you going to do the conservative talk?
Conservative talk.
You want that more? I really like your country music career though.
He goes, Cody Brown tells it to you straight.
Ooh, he's good
even though he's not. How about Cody Straight?
There you go.
Oh yeah, straight talk with Cody Straight.
There you go.
You know, you guys. I'm just
Cody
gonna tell
Straight.
it like it is. All right.
Yeah.
I'm black. I'm gay. No one's gonna tell me my life experiences.
My sexuality is not straight, but my opinions are.
That's right. Straight and to the point.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm
not gonna,
black and I'm gay.
I'm not gonna BS you guys.
Give us a little synopsis of the Trevor Bauer situation as conservative Cody.
So I mean, listen, being a black gay man I'm going to give it to you straight. Trevor Bauer should have never let this gold-digging whore...
Wait. You're not going to say... This is... You're trying to be on, like... I don't know, whatever. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Trevor Bauer should have never let this woman into his house. You know, she came in, was eating his food, sitting on his couch, and then she complains when she gets punched in the face. I mean, come on. Where's his repayment back?
I love how his take is, she complains when she gets punched in the face. He was letting her sit on his couch.
Everyone wants to talk crap about, say, oh, maybe she wanted it. There's text messages. Do you see these text messages? Well, you can't because we're over radio, but there's text messages. She did want it. And now all the men who are getting Me Too'd after they said she wanted it, well, how about you go back? How about you go back and look at those? All right? All those men, those hardworking white men who have put so many people to work, where's their jobs?
I wonder if there's any calls for conservative Cody to take.
Can you imagine, though, your Tucker Carlsons, your Laura Ingrams, can you imagine faking that for a living? Doing that every day? None of those people believe what they're saying. Faking that for a living. No wonder they're pissed off. I mean, holy cow. You are earning your money, boy.
All those good people. Those good white people.
I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on. And then she complains when she gets punched in the face.
Well, what do you expect? You said punch me harder, Daddy. Grab my hair, Daddy. I want to look like the Angelica's doll, Daddy.
Maybe we should ease him in. I wonder if there's any room for Geraldo and Poundcake.
Ooh, I like that.
There might be something there. All right, well, he's off to a good start, I think. But that might be a loophole for you. That might be something going on there.
I appreciate that, Alan. You know, you're one of these libtards, but you all right. You all right, man. I'm glad I could come on here and share my point of view.
You're one of the good ones.
I can share my point of view, and you not get upset and be a little snowflake like Squire over here.
Al and I are making Cody Mackerel shirts right now as we speak. How about Cody Oberlin?
No, that sounds nice Republican, even though it's not.
How about Cody? How about Cody Mayflower? There you go. Doesn't get much more white and Republican than that. Call yourself Cody Mayflower, because it's a subliminal comfort food there.
Cody Mayflower. I don't know if I like that.
Okay, Cody
Saltwater.
Saltwater. Cody's it's real talk with Cody Saltwater.
I put the salt in the salt water.
You can swim, but don't
8
drink.
Eastern, 5 Pacific.
You can swim, but don't drink.
The rhyme of the ancient mariner over here.
All right, guys, we got a new wave coming in. It's Cody Saltwater with the straight talk.
Cody Saltwater. This is something Cody Almodovar. Cody Almodovar. Well, how about why not Marcus Tuvlin? That's got like some gravitas to it. Marcus Tuvlin. Do away with the whole Cody thing.
I was going to go by Cody Gallagher for time in college, but I'm not Irish.
Cody Gallagher's not bad.
Because it sounded better. I was like,
say you're
Cody
Black
Gallagher.
Irish.
Yeah, Cody Gallagher. Ooh, I got 3 things. I'm Irish, I'm black, I'm gay.
I got a customer that messaged me and said, Cody Pendant.
That's pretty nice.
It's like my mama always said.
My mom will call the show. When you coming home? You gonna find a husband? Like, Mom, this is my show.
Fox News has got to have somebody gay over there, though, right? I mean, like
they had the news guy.
Shepard Smith.
Shepard Smith.
But man, what a bad move for him to leave Fox News. Oh.
He didn't want to do it anymore.
No,
it's not that he wasn't going to make money, or
he wanted to hang out his shingle, but like no, they put him over on. He left for CNBC, the business network. Like nobody's watching him over there, and he's good. He's good at what he does. Yeah, right, Shepard Smith. No, but he can't be the only guy over there.
He was the only one.
He was the only openly gay person over on Fox News? Really?
Yes.
Okay, well, then there's an opening there. Do you have an opening? Cody Pendant wants to fill it.
Cody Pendant, that's funny.
Okay, I've got to take a break here. But there's a lot to chew on there. Poundcake.
A lot of mackerel.
But he's not letting go of mackerel for whatever reason.
It came to my mind, and
nor should he.
I I would pop that down the list, and I would pop Cody Saltwater straight up to the top of the list. Maybe Freshwater. Cody Freshwater. I'll have those Tribe tickets for you. The Rangers are in town next week. We'll put you at Wednesday's game, and then 5:30 will be the next keyword for you. Last of the week, in fact, to get you to Vegas next month for our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
It's the Alan Cox
Aaron, Indians going to be home for a stretch. Next week, the Texas Rangers will be in town. I'll put you at Wednesday's game at Progressive Field. There's still great seats available at Indians.com for that whole run. If you don't have the MLB Ballpark app, you should put that on your phone for the remainder of the season. You can buy tickets, forward them, scan them digitally, whatever it is. Very useful. These 2 tickets for you. Wednesday, Tribe Rangers at Progressive Field. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Next week, I'll have tickets for you to see the band Avatar at House of Blues. I'll have 7 Dust tickets for you. They're playing the Agora. Cedar Point passes. They're celebrating their 150th anniversary. And Chelsea Handler is going to be on the show next week, too. So I'll hand off a pair of tickets to see her out at MGM Northfield Park first week of October. Her new tour is called Vaccinated and Horny. I think she dropped a Netflix hour during the pandemic. She did like a thing in Jersey at a truck stop. She did something. I don't know. She did some DIY comedy hour. I will have another trip to Vegas for you, last of the day and last of the week until Monday morning. But chances for you to get to Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. So about 7-8 minutes from now. There will be a keyword. Listen for that. Get the trip. Put you up. Get to the show. $1,000 is in there too. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us a message there if you like. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, it's Matt. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I could be wrong, but Newman on Seinfeld, his first name was Norman. If you remember the episode where the mechanic, the guy from Everybody Loves Raymond, steals Jerry's Saab, and they're chasing him in the mail truck, and ultimately they wind up throwing JFK's golf club out the window. Kramer kicks Newman out of the truck to save on weight. He told him there was a pie stand on the side of the road. So Newman seeks refuge at the farmer's house, and he's caught seducing the farmer's voluptuous daughter. And when he runs off into the cornfield, she shouts out, Norman. Now, unless she's just mispronouncing his last name, I always assumed that he told her that his first name was Norman. But, hey, who knows? Bye.
I assume from, that was 7th season of Seinfeld, I assume that she mispronounced his name.
A quick search will confirm just that.
Is that true?
Yep. Newman doesn't have a first name.
Okay. Yeah, my take was always she barely knew him. She just wanted to get off the farm. So she's like, bye, Norman.
Yeah, I thought that was the joke, was that it was close to Newman, and so it was like all that she could remember.
Yeah.
Like close enough that, and not even like the actress messing up, but it was like written in that way where they're going to say Norman instead of Newman to just show how brief that conversation was.
Mm-hmm.
That situation.
By the way, Seinfeld, which has been in its entirety on Hulu for a long time, is kind of in no man's land right now. You can't stream Seinfeld right now.
Oh, they took it off Hulu.
Well, they took it off Hulu on my birthday, which I take as a personal slight, by the way.
I blame you. I blame you. It is your fault.
But because of Jerry's deal with Netflix, it's moving over to Netflix. Just it's nowhere now because it didn't go to Netflix until September.
Oh, okay.
So you can't stream Seinfeld right now.
I can wait till September.
Can you?
Yeah.
I mean, I've got all the DVDs. But it stayed on Hulu for a long time. Netflix paid for the Seinfeld library 2 years ago. But it's off of Hulu.
But that's one that Peacock wishes they had, because that was an original NBC show.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, we need it.
Yep. So
Netflix.
They said that it's going to be September at the earliest. So Netflix hasn't nailed down yet when Seinfeld will be there in its entirety, but it's nowhere right now. Every once in a while, I like to boot up Seinfeld and watch something and have a chuckle, but you can't stream it right now.
Right, and I like Seinfeld because you can just jump into any episode and you don't have to pay attention to storylines because they don't have any.
Right.
Other than like the Summer of George, like there's little thing, but not really. And so I don't think I've ever watched it like all the way through. So maybe I'll do that.
First couple seasons were
different.
Yeah. Jerry has said if that show started today, it would have never made it because it took them 4 seasons to get going. He said the only thing that saved them was they had a very affluent audience. So they had, if you have advertisers appealing to that demographic, you'll stay on even if you don't have a huge audience. And then obviously it blew up.
Seinfeld and Frasier, man.
Yeah.
Rich people's TV.
Yeah. And I'm not sure why. I mean,
which is weird because like as soon as I knew what Seinfeld was, like me, I was 10, 12 years old watching it with my friend and his like little sister that like we all thought it was hysterical.
Right.
Maybe we didn't get every single joke, but there was a lot of stuff like, I mean, anything George did we thought was great. I'm a bootlegger.
Is that your orthopedic pillow? Maybe. Well, is it? So, yeah, because remember when they took The Office off Netflix, it went right to Peacock because Peacock needed like a marquee show. Yeah, they needed a marquee show to get on over there. But Seinfeld, I mean, Seinfeld's been off the air for 20 plus years too.
But it's still, I mean, those shows still are in demand and people, like younger generations will find it. Like a whole new generation is going to find Seinfeld when it comes to Netflix because even with it on Hulu, I don't feel like Hulu put it prominently out to people. Where Netflix is going to be like, hey, we got Seinfeld. You're watching Seinfeld.
Whether you want to or not.
A lot of money for this. You're going to watch some Seinfeld.
People will watch Seinfeld like I watch Queer as Folk because I have a friend that watches Friends religiously. Like,
My older daughter, who's 17 now, as of a couple years ago, Friends was one of her favorite shows.
Yeah, my kids
because
all
she
love
just
it.
watched Friends. And I was like, wow, really?
My kids love Friends because it was on Nick at Night.
Oh, was it really?
All those years, yeah. Like so, they would just get into it, and they
I didn't
love
know
Friends.
it was on Nick at Night.
Nick at Night. It was one of those shows where it's like
TV Land or something.
Yeah, TV. I don't know which one.
It could have been Nick at Night. I didn't.
Yeah.
As soon as like the cartoons went off, I went off too. So I never. I just feel like that would be a weird pick.
Like my son's a huge fan of the George Lopez show because that was on Nick at Night.
That was on Nick at Night.
My wife hates George Lopez.
George Lopez.
She can't stand George Lopez. So running joke, I'll be like, ooh, we were watching Beverly Hills Chihuahua 3 or something with our daughter and George Lopez is. I'm like, ooh, honey, George Lopez. She had to fight to stay in the room.
Why is it so fun to do that?
I don't know. And I don't even know why she doesn't like George Lopez so much. But those Beverly Hills Chihuahua movies, by the way,
fantastic.
They are adorable. I think I saw the first one when my older kids were younger in the theater. Didn't know they did 2 and 3.
Oh, yeah. They got to finish the story, Alan. You got
I was worried I wouldn't be able to follow along.
Beverly Hills Chihuahua 2.
Yeah.
The Temple of Dog. And Temple. And the third one was Beverly Hills Chihuahua 3.
Yeah, what was it, huh?
With a vengeance.
It was Chihuahua Harder is what it was. Beverly Hills Chihuahua 3 was Viva la Fiesta, where they just basically have animals and then they CGI their mouths and, you know. But Beverly Hills Chihuahua 2, first one came out in 2008. But we're clicking through and looking for something that our daughter would enjoy, and we just landed on Beverly Hills Chihuahua because, frankly, even if it was a barrio Chihuahua, it would still be entertaining. It doesn't have to be affluent. But
that'll be the reboot.
It really goes to show you the income inequity in the canine community, too. Really, there's a disparity there. There's the haves and the have-nots, even in the canine community.
Purebreds and the mutts.
Anything you do in life can be related to a Seinfeld episode, somebody texts. Yeah, I think I've said it before. Everything goes back to Seinfeld for me. I mean...
Do they have a taco-centric episode?
Oh, boy. Tacos. No. Closest they got was the Puerto Rican Day Parade episode. And that wasn't even one of
But
their
they go to
strongest episodes.
plenty of restaurants, though.
Yeah.
But never a taco restaurant.
Raiders of the Lost Ark was not one of the Beverly
Damn
Hills.
it, that's so good.
I don't think that's one of the Beverly Hills
Raiders of the
Chihuahua
Lost Ark.
movies. Right. Alan, I know why your wife doesn't like George Lopez, but I don't like him because he took a kidney from his wife and then left her. That wasn't George Lopez.
That was
Kevin
Tracy
Hart.
Morgan.
Oh, Tracy Morgan.
Morgan.
It was Tarsi Morgan. did
Tarsi
that.
Morgan.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a good name for you, Poundcake.
Tracy Jordan. What about Tarsi Morgan?
Tarsi Morgan.
I don't like it.
It's because we thought of it.
No, that's not why. It's a dumb name.
Yeah, stick with Cody Mackerel.
Yeah.
Cody Mackerel.
There's plenty of people that have last names that are their last names came first before the fish.
I don't think that Mackerel is anyone's surname.
You don't know that. How do you know?
I don't. Have you ever met somebody with a last name Mackerel?
Doesn't mean they don't exist.
Okay, well, Cody Hammergun could exist too. Just be Cody Hammergun.
Maggie Mackerel.
Maggie.
The whole Mackerel family.
I'm telling you.
And then they opened up a fish company called Holy Mackerel, and then...
Tarsi Morgan is the way you want to go.
Tarsi Morgan's good.
Tarsi Morgan.
No.
All right, I got to get you to Vegas here. It's our iHeartRadio Music Festival. It's next month. A lot of good bands. We'll fly you out, put you up, get you $1,000 to boot. So listen closely and good luck.
Now, your chance to win a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword FESTIVAL to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's FESTIVAL to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Newman's business card is shown in an episode, and it simply says Newman.
Newman, yeah. Postal, everything okay? Postal employee Newman? George Lopez's ex-wife did give him a kidney.
Oh, so there's more than one person that's done that. Okay.
After 17 years of marriage, Lopez split from his wife in 2010, which was 5 years after she donated one of her kidneys to him. But they were still married. I mean, how long do you have to stay with somebody after they give you a vital organ? He needed
10
a kidney.
years. I say 10.
He needed a kidney. She had an extra one. They were going to leave it in. He had a genetic condition that caused his kidneys to deteriorate. And he was told that he was going to require an organ transplant, but he wanted to finish the 4th season of the George Lopez show. And so in 2005, his wife donated one of her kidneys to George Lopez. And then they got divorced 5 years later. A lot can happen in 5 years.
You know, it can't happen. You can't grow a kidney back.
That's right. You cannot grow a kidney.
I'm surprised we're not growing kidneys. I mean, we're growing meat.
I'm sure we will. There'll be lab-grown organs and things, yeah.
Get to that science.
They've been putting ears on mice's backs for 50 years.
Right, but...
Let's figure this out.
Let's grow some kidneys. Why don't we just go to the kidney store?
Because it would require stem cells.
There are plenty of those out there being used in experiments.
Yeah, but it's
They don't
controversial.
got to be American.
It's not really controversial. The Jesus people pretend it's controversial.
Mm-hmm.
But the science is not
Germany,
controversial.
they love stem cells in Germany.
Yeah, there you go.
They're bathing in them.
Trying to build a new Hitler. I mean, it's not like George Lopez left his wife for someone else. They just got divorced 10 years ago.
Maybe she wanted to get divorced.
Right.
She's like, I don't even care that you got my kidney. I want out of this stupid relationship.
I only have one kidney. I want 0 husbands. Yeah, George Lopez, Sandra Bullock was a huge fan of his, and she bankrolled his TV show and went to bat for him. The only reason he got a sitcom is because of Sandra Bullock. She produced it.
She truly is Miss Congeniality.
Describe your perfect date. April 25th, because it's not too hot, it's not too cold. You just need a light sweater. Did George Lopez's wife say, "You've got to be kidneying me," when he left? Hey, Bill's right. Maybe his wife wanted the divorce. She goes, "You know what? Ever since I gave you one of my kidneys, blah, blah, blah." And he goes, "How long are you going to keep mentioning you gave me one of your kidneys? I didn't take it from you. You offered. You offered to give me your kidney. There's no saying you got a match, right? So what are the chances that you're going to match with a spouse? I don't know how rare that is, but I think you've got a match. You just can't give somebody a kidney.
Yeah, you have to have like the same.
So that worked out.
Kidney type or whatever. No, yeah.
Mackerel is a Scottish last name that's been around at least 1,000 years. Okay, but first of all, don't because you didn't know that. You thought maybe. You thought maybe I might be Scottish, and I didn't know that.
It sounded nice.
What about that rapper Mackerel Moore? Why don't you? Why your conservative name should be Plank Jackson? Put that to some good use.
Oh my God, yes.
Plank Jackson.
Fine.
Forget Cody Mackerel or Saltwater. You know,
I was the anti-Seacrest.
Brody Saltwater.
I like Freshwater.
Cody Freshwater.
Cody Freshwater is actually not bad.
But Plank Jackson is going to top all of them.
Back to you, Plank.
Plank, yeah, I mean, it does sound like Brick Tamlin. It does have an Anchorman quality to it.
Plank Jackson.
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
Mm-hmm. There's the original Plank Jackson. It was an anniversary gift, I'm being told. First year's paper, 15th is crystal, 20th year's kidney. Oh,
well, there you go.
Boy, there
and she didn't get him anything.
That is...
or he didn't get her anything.
No, that's Exhibit A for why you should get divorced before you hit the 20-year mark. Because imagine it's kidney even if you don't need one. We were already told by those medical people who called that they keep, or people who've had kidney transplants, that they keep them in there, right? Mm-hmm. They keep the extra ones in there.
Well, they keep the old one in there.
Keep the old one in there. So if you hit 20, I mean, my parents have been married 51 years. They've passed kidneys back and forth twice. It's every 20 years. It's not even just 20. Every 20 years. If they make it to 60 years, God, you read about these old people and they go, they've been married for 75 years. I'm like, holy Christ.
It's insane.
I mean, that's when people got married at like 12. But still, imagine being married for 75 years.
My parents are at like 45.
Yeah, my parents are like 51, 52.
So
but
you don't know yourself without your spouse. Like that, like a lot of people now, they're like, oh, I just want to do me. I just want to, see what I like, see what I don't. That is your spouse. That is your other half. Whatever they like, you like.
Well, but it was also an extraordinarily different time back then, too. Like, people were getting married because they had to.
I know, but it's just like you don't even know so much of your being is being someone's spouse, being someone's husband or wife. Like, before you make a decision, you're like, I gotta go back and ask the old lady. Sounds like real fun, but the wife doesn't want me drinking. Like, what?
Plus, she complained when I punched her in the mouth. Call back.
I've been supporting her all these. He's been supporting her all these years. Plank Jackson here, by the way. Been supporting her all these years, and then all of a sudden he hits her one time in the mouth. One time, and you mean to tell me he's canceled for the rest of his life?
Plank Jackson,
Plank
everyone.
Jackson, everybody.
Afternoons on Fox News Radio.
People.
Congratulations.
11.
11. There you go. Conspiracy AM down the hall.
got the wheeze laugh.
All right, I've got to take another break here. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is mere moments away. That's how we know that the weekend's officially underway around these parts, brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey. If you want to get a text for anything, 35192 to do that. You can watch at alancoxshow.com, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. Live music is back September 17th.
judgment comes for you. What you gonna do when it ain't nowhere to hide? When judgment comes for you, 'cause it's gonna come for you.
Looking for water, easy sees Uncle Charlie. Little boo guy's got him, and I'm gonna miss everybody out of rolling flows like eggs. Looked at him.
You know who this is, Poundcake?
Bone Thugs.
See, he knows this. From Cleveland, Ohio. We've had most of the members of Bone Thugs and Harmony on this show over the years. Crazy Bone's been in here. Flesh and Bone's been in here. I was reading about they're going to headline a free show at Tower City end of October.
They need the business.
Well, I guess they're the company that owns Tower City is going to headline. They're doing something called Battle of the Land, which is some music competition series.
Okay.
And Bone Thugs is going to headline the second to last show in the series. So October 28th, they're going to do a free show at Tower City. First come, first served basis. Face masks will be required. Hey, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, it's going to be great. If you're in a band, you can submit yourself. It's got to be 18 or older. battleoftheland.com. But anytime I see Bone Thugs come up, makes me happy. My wife predates me in being a Bone Thugs fan. That was one of the first shows we saw when we came to Cleveland. It was Bone Thugs at the House of Blues, at my wife's insistence. Whoever comes in first place in this competition will open for Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Cool.
While all 16 finalists will receive a $250 gift card. Hopefully not to Tower City, but who knows? What's left at Tower City? T-shirts, lids, Foot Locker.
And Champ Sports is what I know about.
Is that candy store still there?
I don't know. I just go to the shoe stores.
Okay. So that's just a couple of days before the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductions, which are still set for October 30th. They're at the Romo Fijo. You think Bone Thugs will ever be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Probably not.
You don't think so?
It's kind of a bummer, but yeah, I don't think so.
All right.
Maybe someday. I don't know.
All right. I guess that Zach Brown band show is at Blossom tonight, and people are already complaining that they're sitting there in traffic.
Yeah, that's Blossom.
Yeah, it's Blossom. Every time I hear people talking about Blossom traffic, I'm like,
what do you expect?
Is this the first time you've ever gone, or what? I know it can get a little out of hand sometimes, but certainly nothing that you can't expect. All right. Alan, have you talked about the Jeopardy situation? I have not. This guy, this Mike Richards, who has been a longtime producer of Jeopardy, and he's been in front of the camera on some things. He hosted some reality shows over the years. He was a producer for The Price is Right. So he's spent as much time behind the camera as in front of the camera. And they were having all these celebrities host Jeopardy after Alex Trebek died, and they were making a big show. Who's it going to be? And this guy basically pulled a Dick Cheney. He was like, hey, I'll do it.
I think I know just the guy.
Just the guy. But once they announced that he was going to be hosting the show, of course, everybody started digging into everything this guy's ever done. And so they found him on podcasts, and they found him comments. And so the Anti-Defamation League got involved because he was making like Jew jokes or something. And, so this guy has said that he will not be the new host of Jeopardy. Yeah.
Step down. I like that he said, I'm stepping down.
I'm stepping down. You never even hosted a show.
Up, bro.
I guess he'll just have to settle for staying crazy rich as a producer. What a bummer. I'll tell you what, though. This means that Mayim Bialik gets shot right to the top, right? Because they had announced he was going to do the syndicated daily version, and she was going to host primetime specials. So if they can, she's already in the mix. So this guy goes, I'm going to step down effective immediately. Alex Trebek, by the way, making a little cameo in Free Guy, which was,
that's
nice. Nice to see him. So this guy, Mike Richards, will not become the new host of Jeopardy after all. I don't think anybody really cares.
Just have a robot do it.
Just have that Elon Musk humanoid robot do it.
Was the robot that was on Jeopardy all those years ago?
The Trebek Bot 5000? I don't know.
No, I thought there was like was was it Simon or something like that?
Oh, I don't know.
I can't remember.
Hello, Earth Boy. It's me, Short Circuit.
Just go away.
Beep bop boop. Beep bop boop.
Was that it? That was a
Pretty
clip
close,
from Jeopardy.
yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. So the whole Mayim Bialik thing was basically just a way to kind of split the difference with this dude.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I still stand by my contention. Nobody cares who hosts Jeopardy.
Obviously, they do. I think
No, they
there's
care
nothing
that
that shows you more that people care who hosts Jeopardy.
No. The Twitter mob crawled up this guy's ass, and this all came out, and he's a producer of the show. So he's going to go, yeah, I can still produce the show. He's not leaving the show. He's just not going to host.
But I'm just telling you that the reason they crawled up his ass is because they didn't want him to be the host. So people absolutely care who hosts it.
No, because these weren't. I guarantee these weren't Jeopardy fans.
Even if they weren't, what I'm trying to tell you, maybe the hardcore fans of Jeopardy don't care, but I think people care.
But we talk about this all the time. The Twitter mob are usually people who are just there to complain.
I understand that.
That's all I'm saying about this.
But I'm saying they care who is the host. So, like, to say nobody cares.
I don't know why.
But I think the fans of Jeopardy still care. And I think a lot of fans of Jeopardy wanted LeVar Burton.
Well, LeVar Burton wanted LeVar Burton, but they also determined that his was one of the lowest rated weeks.
Yeah, but it's also...
So who's telling the
like
truth?
the worst time of the year to put him on. Like, it's in the middle of the summer, like, right before the Olympics. Like, there's nothing... Like, that's not prime Jeopardy watching hours.
No, but weren't all those other celebrities on previous weeks? They were all on at the same...
I'm just saying, like, to go off of summer ratings for Jeopardy, maybe people weren't tuning in just for LeVar Burton. It doesn't matter. Like, he had a crap time slot. If you put him on in February, I bet people would have lost their minds over it.
Well, he released, this Mike Richards guy released a statement to the... It pains me that these incidents and comments from the past have cast such a shadow on Jeopardy as we look to a new chapter. So I was deeply honored to be asked to host the show. In fact, I sent myself an email. Dear Mike, it's Mike, your buddy Mike. Would you like to host the show, Mike? Yes, I would, Mike. So, again, it is amazing what people have the time and the inclination to spend their time and inclination on.
Right.
To dig into, who knew this guy was doing a podcast in 2014? If anybody listened, we would have known already that this guy had done a podcast. Who cares?
Just the time you have to take to go and be like, finally,
dig through.
I got him.
I got this guy who was. They said it's going to Jeopardy. They're not saying he's going to be ambassador to Luxembourg. He's going to host Jeopardy for Christ's sake.
I don't want him posing questions in the form of an answer.
Yeah, so they started digging up jokes he made and comments he made, and
That's why you should have got someone that isn't going to, like, I suggested Cardi B, somebody that is inflammatory and loved for it.
But it also goes to whoever, let's say they take that entire field of celebrities and they winnow it down based on who has interest and who has the time. Let's say they get half a dozen people. I mean, the production company itself would have to do this crazy deep dive on every person now to figure out, okay, what are people going to find? You would have thought they would have done it with this guy, but they probably figured, well, he picked himself and he's so goddamn boring, nobody's going to care about this guy. Sure enough, they went digging in. If they said, okay, fine, it's going to be LeVar. Mayim Bialik is only going to do primetime specials. And people already went in, oh, well, she's an anti-vaxxer. She said something 5 or 6 years ago about, I'm like, oh, Christ. What, are you digging through old Blossom scripts to find something that she wrote in the margins? Or, I mean, who cares? She's also a scientist. So, but I just thought that was
What'd she
fun.
say about vaccinations?
I think she's... You have anti-vaxxers who are like, our children are never gonna... and then you have other people who are just like hippies. They're on like the extreme left. they're like, we don't put anything foreign in our bodies. I think she's more on that end. But she's also like a microbiologist or something. So if anybody had any hesitation about vaccines, I would much rather hear her thoughts on it as a scientist than as a woman.
But you don't want that bleeding over into the game show.
That's true.
That she's going to host sometimes.
Game show. You saw the lady talking about everybody was dunking on her. Another one of these school board meetings. This is in Birmingham, Michigan. We're going to be there next weekend. We have a wedding in Birmingham, Michigan. The Board of Education meeting where the parents get up. And
Is it going to end? Never. Our children will never see the freedoms that we enjoyed growing up. They are not even free to breathe fresh air. If God wanted us to cover our mouth and nose, he would have made us that way.
Right. People pointing out that she's wearing glasses and clothes.
If God wanted you to see, he would have gave you perfect vision.
Yeah.
Ooh, Lord, I'm glad they invented glasses because I'm blind as a bat.
Deanna, by the way, is our bureau chief in Birmingham, Michigan. She sent me that. Thank you. But we're there next weekend for a wedding. I wonder if I'll run into that lady. You know, ma'am, if God wanted you to cover your eyes with pieces of glass, he would have made you that way. FYI. FYEYE. Man, first Mike Richards loses his Seinfeld gig. No, it's a different. That's Michael Richards.
Yeah, Michael Richards. And that was no podcast.
Wouldn't it be funny if everybody thought that this was Michael Richards? Everything they found was about Michael Richards, who played Kramer, and not this guy. This guy's like, wait, I never did a podcast where I made Jew jokes.
That's not where I work.
That's
not the minority I go after.
I mean, any person that they have put up even briefly and said, oh, it might be this person. Even the rumor mill got people digging into. You know, Ken Jennings has had a long-running Twitter account where he makes jokes. Some of them land, some of them definitely do not. So even when Ken Jennings was like, oh, it might be him, people went to work. So I don't know who you...
God, I hate people.
It's just
haters.
It's just boring. I mean, it's a waste of time. It's boring. If you don't want to watch a guy host Jeopardy, don't watch Jeopardy. Like, what do you care?
Like, I just don't know who these people think they are. Like, they
got
have
time on their hands.
But they act like they have such a perfect past. They I don't understand.
I don't think anybody's acting like they're perfect. That's not even part of the equation.
That is.
It's not.
It is.
Because no one is.
We're going to cancel you. We don't want you to have this job because you said a joke that I thought wasn't funny.
Right, but that's got nothing to do with them.
If their bosses did the type of research that these people are doing, they probably wouldn't have jobs. These are the same people that are on Facebook, Instagram, talk about I'm not going to wear my mask, or, you know, it's not racist if you do this, or like... They post all types of stuff.
But it's not about
there.
them being perfect. It's no different than a right-wing politician who's closeted gay trying to pass legislation to make life harder for gay people. It's no different. It's people going, well, if they find out about me, then they find out about me. But in the meantime, I'm bored and I'm going to flame this dude. I don't even think it's a superiority thing. There's an element
They don't
of...
like celebrity. There are
a million... People love celebrities.
But they are jealous of a celebrity.
It's not even...
So any chance they get to kick you in the balls, they will.
No one's jealous of the guy who's going to host Jeopardy.
Yes, they are.
Nobody on Twitter is jealous of the guy who's going to host Jeopardy.
LeVar Burton was.
Well, he's a celebrity.
He started it, though.
Nobody in this... Nobody...
He's the one that was listening to all the podcasts. He's like, oh, you're not going to pick me as host? Well, I'm going to listen to your 2014 podcast until I can take you down, Mike Richards.
Maybe so. But they'll find something about LeVar Burton. Anybody they put up for this. And I don't know to what end. To what end?
So selfish.
It's dumb. I don't get it.
We created this culture, so.
Who's this we, white man? I don't care who hosts Jeopardy.
I'm just saying that people feel like they have the power to make the decisions.
Clearly they do. Mm-hmm. It's just they don't have any skin in the game. No one really cares who's on Twitter if this guy hosts Jeopardy.
But again, because you say that, but then they get results. So as long as they keep getting results,
but that's the frustrating part.
Right.
Is they get results.
When you say nobody cares,
or no skin in the game,
you have to say that's not true, because there's obviously people that care. They don't want the optics of it. Whatever it is, they go, you know what? This is a headache. we're just going to go with somebody else.
Right, but those are two different things.
But they're not. If you're saying that people don't care, there's people that do care enough.
No. They care about kicking somebody in the balls for perceived slights on someone else that they also never heard of.
But I'm saying
they don't care who hosts Jeopardy.
But I'm saying like that's their goal. That's what they're trying to achieve.
It's just their
and
conduit.
They keep getting it, and so they'll keep doing it.
Yeah, because
and that's what I'm saying. Like
because
it's not that nobody like
the means are fun. I don't believe they care about the ends. The means are fun.
No, they care about the end. They like saying like, hey, we worked together as a Twitter mob and got this guy
right. But my point is,
and it raises their star too. There's people that are doing it to try and be like, I did the investigation on this guy, and turns out he said these anti-Semitic things or made these jokes or whatever.
Right, but my point is, they're never going to find anybody who they go, okay, who they collectively think is, okay, this guy's good enough to host Jeopardy.
I understand that, but
so they don't really care who hosts. They just like kicking people in the balls. And this guy is the most recent guy. Because he made the strategic mistake of putting himself up there. This guy, worst mistake he made was he Dick Cheney'd himself. He could have been.
People care. I just think it's a different kind of caring.
Well,
and I think there's a lot of people that like when they picked this guy, it was one of those things where nobody was excited about it. I think people wanted an exciting choice, and this was not an exciting choice.
But what's an exciting choice for Jeopardy?
LeVar Burton.
But he's not exciting either.
He's more exciting because
he's going to be
there's
reading
a nostalgic
the same
attachment to him.
For what?
From reading Rainbow and from Star Trek. So he's a name, whereas this Mike Richards guy, not a name.
I can't, everybody says that, but guess what? LeVar Burton is not going to send Jeopardy ratings through the roof.
Nobody is. I'm not saying
that's my point.
But I'm not saying it's a thing where they're trying to get it to send. They just want the person that they grew up with that is stumping to get this job to get the job.
I guess. I mean, I don't know the name of one individual who went up against this guy. It's just a collective group of people who dug some things up.
I'm not that invested in it because I don't watch Jeopardy. Like, I'll watch Jeopardy every once in a while, but it's not something I watch religiously. But I also don't know anybody that does.
I mean, my understanding, by the way, was that Alex Trebek already had someone in mind. So they're not even paying attention to what he thought would be a good idea. Alex Trebek thought that one of those girls from that, the Clue Squad, who are the people where they shoot the B-roll out in the front of the Sphinx, and they go, this thing in 1600 was, I forget what they call them, the Jeopardy Blues Clues Cruise or whatever they are, I don't know. Alex Trebek had one of those people in mind. He was quoted years ago as saying, I think it was somebody nobody'd ever heard of, but he thought they'd be really good on this show. Now, obviously, you don't get to pick your successor. It's not your show. But they didn't, this Mike Richards guy, you know what? I'm tired of not being in front of the camera. It's been a while since I've been in front of the camera. This guy gets right in front of the camera and he goes, oh, right. Now I remember. Twitter wasn't around the last time I was in front of the camera. Right. Boy, I'm a real moron. Because he's not leaving the show. He's just going to go back behind the camera.
Right.
And make his money producing.
Oh, because, and again, it's the optics of it. That's what they said in the article, I believe.
You just got to know when to stay there.
Yep. All right. Let me FaceTime Mary here.
Since she's on the road in Texas, we don't want her to miss the Friday Get Down.
I thought you were going to ask her what she thought.
Are you doing it?
Hi, Dan. Don't swear.
All right, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey. It's how we know precisely when the weekend has gotten underway. Mary's on FaceTime, so are you ready, William?
Yes, let's do it. It's Friday! I've got to get down on Friday. It's Cleveland Whiskey in your mouth. Get some and listen to your favorite new talk host, Cody Freshwater. Cody Freshwater.
It's Friday!
What? Oh my, what?
Bye.
Oh, bye, bye. Oh, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey. Go to clevelandwhiskey.com. They have a bunch of amazing summer recipes there for you, like the berry bourbon lemonade. And, oh my goodness. You can get it in over a dozen states, by the way, too. So if you're not in Northeast Ohio, you can go to clevelandwhiskey.com to find out where you can get it. Let me take the last break here. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back. Okay, time to go. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out today. We'll be back on Monday. What do you got coming up, William?
Oh, you can check out the new episode of the Bill Squire Show, which is available now wherever you get your podcasts, including iHeartRadio. And then you can also watch it on YouTube. And then I'm headlining a show at the Winchester next Thursday. You can get tickets by going to BillSquire.com. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Poundcake?
I'm at Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and new Poundcake podcast at AlanCoxShow.com.
All right, I will be making an appearance on your television tomorrow night on CW43 for the season finale of the Big Bad B Movie show. That's at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. You can see it on CW43. You can also see it on the 19 News app if you don't have cable. But find it. It's fun. They do a great job over there. Little Shop of Horrors is the final classic horror film of this season. Otherwise, I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. Anything you missed today, you can find the show on the iHeartRadio app. You can watch at our YouTube channel, which is The Alan Cox Show. Weekend Cox is Sunday mornings. It's 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. It's early, 8 to 10. Bill and Poundcake are your hosts. That is also available in podcast form as well. And Tribe pregame is next for you. And then 7:10, they start up downtown against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. So that's it.